government bonds. The market was in freefall because the central bank, the government, and British pension funds were all trying to sell government bonds in the open market at the same time. The government was trying to sell bonds to raise money to help offset its tax cuts and other stimulus efforts. The central bank was trying to sell bonds to get as much money out of circulation as it could to reduce inflation, and pension funds were trying to sell bonds to get cash to cover investment loans that they had taken out. If everybody is selling something and nobody is buying it, the price falls. And if the price of British government bonds falls, it simultaneously makes it more expensive for the British government to borrow money and makes it look like the country is failing. The Bank of England eventually had to reverse course and start buying these bonds to avoid an outright collapse in its market. General news coverage has made the British central bank kind of sound like a hero riding in at the last second to save the economy from certain collapse. But that's just their job. They are first and foremost the lender of last resort to stop the economy from getting itself into too much trouble. So well done, Bank of England, you did your job. But the fact that it needed to pull the parachute on what was typically thought of as an incredibly stable, advanced economy is making a lot of people very concerned. The country is, for now at least, still in a stronger position than Greece was in 2011. But if trust in the economy evaporates, that position can change very quickly. Nobody can predict the future, least of all economists. But when we're talking about the possibility of another Eurozone crisis, I think it's really important to remember that a lot of these economies haven't yet recovered from the original Eurozone crisis. So another period of major economic turbulence is very likely to hold back growth for the foreseeable future. Now, we've spoken a lot about the failures of the government's economic decision-making, but it's easy to criticise from the sidelines. So what are some better alternatives? The government is in a difficult position, no doubt about it. But the first thing you learn about emergency situations is that you've got to help yourself before you can help anybody else. The best thing for the British government to do right now would be to get the value of their currency back up and deal with inflation. Recessions are bad, but they can be managed. We've already explored a lot of this in our video on the recession that we need to have. The UK has a lot of resilient industries. No doubt they would suffer during a recession, but they will suffer a lot more if double-digit inflation persists. If the government was to enact contractionary fiscal policy, as in taxing more and spending less in conjunction with the Bank of England's own contractionary monetary policy, raising interest rates and taking cash out of circulation, it would send a very strong message to the global economy while simultaneously increasing the value of the pound. If people and businesses need more pounds to pay their taxes and make their interest payments, the demand for those pounds would rise. If the Bank of England was simultaneously allowed to start removing cash from circulation again, the supply would fall. This would hurt local industry and it would increase unemployment. But that's the bit of medicine the economy needs right now. If the pound regained its value, it would in the short term counteract a lot of the economic pain inflicted by these measures because imported food, energy and other essentials would be cheaper to purchase with a stronger currency. At the moment, the government is pushing policies to stimulate growth in the economy at the expense of inflation, while the central bank is pushing policies to curb inflation at the expense of growth in the economy. It's counterproductive and it's only likely to continue to result in low growth and high inflation. Now here's a first. We have already put the UK on the Economics Explained National Leaderboard, and it did pretty well, getting an average score of 7.2 out of 10. But now, almost a year later, I think it's worth going back to these scores to see what has changed. If you want to play along, why don't you make a prediction as to whether this score is going to be better or worse? Starting as always with size. The UK has actually reported high GDP figures in 2021, and the country is currently expected by the World Bank to maintain those figures in 2022. So it gets a 9 out of 10. GDP per capita has also improved slightly, with the average UK resident producing just under $50,000 worth of value every year. It gets a 7 out of 10. Stability and confidence is obviously the most subjective measure on this list. The UK used to be the go-to destination to keep money safe, but now off the back of actions taken over the past 2 months, people will seriously need to reconsider legislative and foreign exchange risk when doing business in the country. Remember, it's no good making fantastic investments in a place like the UK if currency devaluation wipes out those gains or the government decides that businesses can no longer charge market prices for its products. The UK now gets a 7 out of 10. Growth over the past decade in the UK has been flat, and with new economic challenges, it's likely to remain flat. Remarkably, it hasn't started going backwards apart from the sharp downturn during early pandemic lockdowns, but it still only gets a 3 out of 10. Finally, industry. Financial services are one of the UK's biggest industries and also one of their biggest exports. The faltering pound, in conjunction with continued questions about what a post-Brexit UK will look like in the long term, means that this industry and other services like it are going to struggle. It's a highly advanced economy with a lot of talent and capital, so it's not going anywhere, but it's not what it once was. It gets an 8 out of 10. Altogether, that now gives the UK an average score of 6.8 out of 10, which moves it from here to here on the leaderboard, which I'm sure will make India very happy, but it also goes to show that these problems are not as big as people are making it out to be. And the UK is likely to keep soldiering on, as they always do. Thanks for watching, mate. Bye.
My deck. Oh, if your deck has no duplicates, customs. Alex are using.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Only a couple of years ago, China was on the path to overtaking the United States and becoming the world's largest economy. In 2014, many were speculating that this could happen as soon as 2024. Dubbed by many as an economic miracle, China grew from a third world country to a global superpower in just a matter of a few decades. Few could foresee the effects that the economic reform in the late 1970s would have on the developing country. Soon, the lists of the largest companies in the world began to feature more and more Chinese enterprises. Globally, the country was one of the most important trade partners, fueling globalization on a scale never seen before. And with that power came influence. Fast forward a few years, and China finds itself in a myriad of problems, both economic and political. A catastrophic zero-COVID policy, real estate debt crisis, external infrastructure issues, internal debt issues, a mini revolt of the youth, and the slowing down of the economy are just some of the things that have been plaguing the nation recently. The results of these issues threaten the very power structures of the country. So how did China get here, and what are the consequences for the country and the world as a whole? So get comfortable, buckle up, and get ready for a wild ride.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Let's begin by understanding the most talked about issue, the real estate bubble. The main growth, both for the Chinese economy as well as the housing market, began in 1979 with economic reform. From here, China opened up to the rest of the world. Massive civilian migration from rural locations to main city hubs ensued as people looked to improve their quality of life.
Hundreds of millions of sons, and particularly daughters, of Chinese farmers who moved from the farm where they were earning really the same as they were earning 1,000 years ago in Chinese history. Absolute subsistence wages. They traveled.
Oh, Kanye losing it over Pete Davidson. Wouldn't
But
think
more
he does,
importantly than that, Charlemagne says Kanye West screamed at him over Pete Davidson.
Kanye is screaming. Yeah, what do you want Charlemagne to do about Davidson? He actually has a tenant.
We are going to look at what the Charlemagne quote was, by the way. Obviously, Charlemagne, a bit of a media demon, not the most reliable person. I don't know, but this quote is pretty funny, so I'm just going to read it regardless. He's basically trying to get me on board to shit on somebody he knows is my friend. Pete Davidson, the radio vet, began. He's like, we got to save the new Marilyn Monroe. Talking about Kim. I'm like, you know Pete is my friend, right? After going on and on for a while, Charlemagne claims the Donda rapper began barking at him about Davidson's member, allegedly screaming, my wife is out here fucking a white boy with a 10-inch penis, and you won't help me? My wife is out here fucking a white boy with a 10-inch penis, and you're telling me that's your friend? But you're supposed to be culture? What I'm supposed to do, what am I supposed to do but laugh at that? He questioned with a chuckle before reminding listeners of his March 2022 Donkey of the Day.
What am I supposed to do but laugh at that?
Friend, but you're supposed to be culture? What I'm supposed to do, but what am I supposed to do but laugh at that? He questioned with a chuckle.
What am I supposed to do but laugh at that? Yeah. What do you expect me to do? Yeah, I'm just gonna laugh at it. Yeah. You're supposed to be culture? What does that mean? Yes, like,
before reminding listeners on his March 2022 Donkey of the Day entry,
I can't do
alluded to West being jealous of Davidson's size as he played Beyonce's ego.
Everyone's using
Here it is.
Renathal, try to get him.
Kanye got into an argument.
Increases your deck size. Does that mean like?
Everybody, I told you this because it's hilarious.
What does that mean?
I didn't want him to have my new number. He's got people calling me to get my new.
I doubt.
Does it replace the ad random cards, or is it just
Charlemagne the God does not want Kanye to be able to reach him? Okay, that's cap. I just don't.
It adds cards that you already have in your deck.
Like.
New number, whatever. I'm sitting outside the passport office getting the passport for my daughter. We about to go out the country after Thanksgiving. I'm like, all right, he calls me. He's basically trying to get me on board. To shit on somebody he knows is my friend, Pete Davidson.
Or your highest cost card, add 2 copies to your hand.
Right?
That's good.
Nori told like, you know that's Charlemagne's guy. So you're calling me. He's like, we gotta save the new Marilyn Monroe.
Discarding my highest cost.
Marilyn Monroe, right? Marilyn Monroe died of carbon addiction, so we gotta save the new Marilyn Monroe. Talking about him. I'm like, yo, you know Pete is my friend. So he's going on and on. Then finally he goes, my wife is out here fucking a white boy with a 10-inch penis, and you won't help me. My wife is out here fucking a white boy with a 10-inch penis, and you
white
that's
boy.
your friend.
I'm not gonna lie, that does sound like something Kanye would say.
He would say it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's Kanye behavior. It's like, you won't help me. You won't help me get Kim to
like
break up with Pete Davidson. Like, why?
Like Charlemagne the God normally.
What are you doing?
Take it with a grain of salt, regardless, right? Not the most reliable orator in any meaningful capacity. But given what we've seen Kanye West talk about with respect to Pete Davidson's, with respect to Pete's Davidson, okay?
Pete's Davidson.
Given what we know about Kanye West, and given what we know he has said about Pete's Davidson, I'm inclined to believe him on this one.
But you're supposed to be culture.
We're supposed to be culture. What does that mean?
Entertaining, hilarious. What am I supposed to do but laugh at that?
So he's not funny. He just got a big dick.
That's
10 inches is unreasonable. Motherfucker will fall over. Yeah, I don't think he has a 10-inch penis. But
Yeah,
he definitely
Kanye's
has a big one.
exaggerating.
A lot of people have talked about it. You know, he's a fat one. And
I bet he does
You know,
have a big dick. Yeah.
you don't love that, okay? Let's be real. That's not, you never want, that's just not a fun thing for your baby mama, for thinking about your former wife and the mother of your children, who's like very openly talking about
He is
it,
really
too.
driving
Like,
Kanye.
you have to be insanely confident, okay, to begin with. And Kanye West certainly is not.
Yeah, Kanye has some kind of insecurity.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like,
Right.
you already have to be like super confident to be able to not care about that sort of thing. But then Kanye West is also not a very confident
Until he's
person,
acting
so
it.
you know, it's just, this is probably obliterating him. So 8 is average? No, man, what the fuck are you talking about? You've probably never seen an 8-inch cock, okay? That's like top echelon of porn
You
stuff.
don't
What the
know.
fuck do you
You
mean?
don't know what
People
cocks
literally think like, people
Let's
think
do
that
this.
porn and the way that they fucking shoot
And
porn makes it
bonk.
seem like
Ooh,
makes it
got
seem
it.
like everyone's got like 10 inches. Like,
Got
those guys don't have
2.
10 inches. Most of them have 7 inches, okay? Which is on the bigger side.
Yeah, that's
The average, I think, is like
Hey,
4
Kanye.
inches or something. So don't worry, kings, okay? Your member is probably adequate. You should still learn how to eat pussy, though, regardless.
probably. Fist of direct.
It was okay to bring Ray J, who railed his wife on stage with him. Man has something going on. Yeah, I mean, he's like talked weirdly about his mom too, which is very strange. Like, he's never, I've never heard him say anything. Like, I've never heard him speak poorly about Donda ever. No matter how fucking manic he got, and in some of the interviews, like some of the recent interviews, like, it's just not.
Donda was kind of mid. Yes.
He's not all there. Anyway, let's watch.
Let's bring now the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan.
$150 million. Okay. He's also been issued a cease and desist letter. Now, here's why. From the family of George Floyd. This is why he is being sued. And this is important. It does affect you. It's easy to say, oh, this person's a celebrity. It's easy to say, oh, he put out some anti-Semitic tweets, or oh, he's bipolar. Whatever issue it is that you have with Kanye West. But when you understand why he's actually being hit with this fine, why he actually might face legal ramifications, and what actually...
Damn, bro, 160,000 views. My boy fell off in one day.
Ooh.
God
Even
damn,
harder.
brother. Holy
Fell off,
shit.
huh?
Like, I'm surprised
And good for everyone.
that he's not getting better views. Like, he's getting my level of views. That's crazy.
Is love. That's love.
Let's look at mine. Kanye needs to stop. Has Kanye gone full Nazi? 234K views 2 days ago.
Nazi. There.
No, normally videos like this. Oh, it's Crowder Bits. It's his like clip channel. That's probably why.
Truly happened with Alex Jones. I recommend you go and watch our episode with him. It is having right now the effect that they wanted it to have.
It's wild that he
Why did I
considers
have
denial of a
time
man being murdered by police as prime content. It's almost like he's using another black person to validate his belief that black lives don't matter. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely what's going on. We know Steven Crowder should be, if there was any sort of genuine karmic justice, Steven Crowder would be permanently banned from talking about the George Floyd murder forever, in perpetuity, after what he did. We all know what he did.
Oh, yeah. He
okay?
did.
Come on.
I do that. Dark bargain.
And we'll show you their exact words. But these are the statements that got Yeezy in hot water.
Watch the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his 2 roommates said was...
Why is he yelling?
Play this one.
I don't. What did he do? Steven Crowder recreated the George Floyd execution on a live stream where he didn't actually recreate it, obviously, because he's too big of a pussy. He didn't want to fucking die.
Yeah, he didn't actually even...
where he, like, did...
Yeah, the guy who was playing Derek Chauvin, kneeling on his neck, wasn't barely putting any pressure on him at all. It's like, if you're going to recreate it, actually make it real. Because it was obviously a joke. They weren't actually trying to And I think it would have been so funny if the guy started actually choking him for real. Like, okay, now we're going to start doing it for real. Okay, now when we start, yeah, we're going to start the simulation right now, and then just choking Crowder out. Because like the neck was barely even on his neck. Sometimes it wasn't even on his neck; it was on his back, which not even. You're not even trying to. Right? Excuse me. Death. So he was like, "Yeah, just put the knee on my back. It doesn't matter if you actually do it." That's bronze. Have fun. This deck. Jade Golem plus Overdrive. So yeah, what I wanted to see is, yeah, Steven Crowder all of a sudden getting actually. Yeah, the knee was barely putting any pressure on him at all. But Derek Chauvin, you can see like his foot was off the ground. All the pressure on that leg was on Jordan. Putting all that pressure just poking him. I don't even know why he was doing it. Another principal. He was just would have been so. I was waiting for them to start actually even real. I was greatly disappointed.
That to belittle the George Floyd execution and make it seem as though George Floyd had not died from a knee on his neck for 8 minutes, but from fentanyl in his body. Which, by the way, was disproven in a court. But it doesn't even matter. It was disproven by medical examiners, and it was disproven in court. But it still doesn't matter to the likes of Kanye.
A tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. Hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. The Free George Floyd zone that they made, the murder rate is up 50% since George Floyd. It's mayhem. It's Mad Max.
Okay.
I mean,
so the suit claims that his comments are detrimental, quote, to George Floyd's daughter and
what does that
the
have to
sole
do with
beneficiary of his estate. That's why they're claiming he's damaged.
Crime is up
this is
for
after,
all.
again, all references available at Twitter.com. Yeezy, Kanye paid $2 million towards George Floyd's family for his daughter's tuition. So again, this does matter. You may not like what he said. You may not like how he said it. But this tells you where the guy's spirit is. Even though he disagrees with the media narrative, $2 million to the daughter at that point because his heart went out to her. When do we get to the point where we start judging people based on
That's
that?
nice.
What the fuck? Yeah, bro. He said that. No, he did. He did do that. He did do that. Ye did give them money. Ye, Kanye West. That's true. He's not wrong. Kanye West did actually give the George Floyd family money.
But what happened?
He did.
Did he change his mind about George
I think
Floyd?
he said that he was going to put George Floyd's daughter through college, all that sort of stuff, right? Except that doesn't allow him a carte blanche approach to just fucking unload and then belittle and minimize George Floyd's legacy and lie about his execution. Like, you can't just buy your way out of that. You can't just be like, well, I gave you money early on so I can say whatever the fuck I want. That's crazy. I love that Steven Crowder is literally stating that, regardless of the media narrative that Kanye West doesn't agree with, he still gave money to George Floyd's daughter because he's so nice. But yeah, he donated $2 million to other causes, including paying the legal fees of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. And he set up a fund to cover the cost of the university for George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter, Gianna. Yeah. I know that this is a shocking concept for chatters, especially because, chatters think because you give me $5 a month, you can say whatever the fuck you want about me in the chat, but that's not how things work. Yeah, Jimmy Savile built kids' hospitals, which means he was allowed to be a nonce. Exactly. That's how it works. That's how it works, boys.
Actions more than their words. We can't. We have to judge them on skin color. We have to judge them on gender. We have to judge them on political affiliation. We have to judge them based on not only their own gender, but where they line up on the other countless /52 / it just changed to 74 genders. $2 million to the family. And by the way, everything that he just said is accurate. Yeah, genders. $2 million to the family. And by the way, everything that he just said is accurate.
Yeah, but everybody's going to try and silence him and not, you know, we didn't even know. You and I both didn't know that he contributed any money to the family.
I'd forgotten,
and so it was money towards the family and towards her education. If she spends $2 million on a college education, I'm not exactly sure where she's going, right? But no, he's supporting people when they're in need, and then they're turning around and suing him for $250 million. I don't understand where the damages come from. I don't understand.
Well, okay, so
what?
You're saying, and they're trying to be very...
What? What? What do you mean you don't understand where the damages come from? You can't fucking defame. What the fuck? Dude, there has never been a more transparent example that conservatives do not give a fuck about free speech and only just like being able to say whatever they want without zero repercussions than this moment and the Alex Jones trial. Okay?
Yeah.
Alex Jones, in a court system, was found guilty of defaming families of the Sandy Hook victims. Okay? That's it. That is not protected speech. That's not covered under free speech.
But then
you can't. There are obviously boundaries to free speech. Like it's unacceptable. Unacceptable to fucking hold on to this narrative that like, oh, it's free speech. Like, no, it doesn't fall under the boundaries of fucking free speech. You can't do that.
Oh, man.
And everyone, especially these incredibly litigious conservative freaks, oftentimes will try to sue people for defamation. They tried to do that for Kyle Rittenhouse. Remember when Kyle was doing a fucking tour and everyone was like, oh man, I can't wait for Kyle Rittenhouse to sue everyone and anyone.
Look how that turned out. Yeah, how are those lawsuits going, Kai? What happened with that?
There has never been, even with the expansive, broad coverage.
No basis.
Even with the expansive and broad coverage that American free speech offers, American free speech offers to every individual citizen, especially white conservatives, okay? There are still restrictions to that. There are still restrictions to that. There's always been restrictions. No one is a free speech absolutist, okay? That's part of the reason why I always say no one is a free speech absolutist. It's
Everybody
not a
is
real thing.
okay
It's not a
with
real concept.
silencing somebody.
Okay? This does not fall under the category. The George Floyd family suing Kanye is well within their right in this circumstance. Because of the things that Kanye was saying. He's defaming the family. He's defaming George Floyd. They have every right to be able to sue Kanye West. And he's doing it on a large-ass platform. It's like way larger than Alex Jones. You know what I mean? Way larger than Alex Jones.
They're trying to say that it's causing damage because this was settled in court. He wasn't killed by the drugs. It was Chauvin and it's settled. And something interesting is that if Kanye goes into the paint here, guess what? That might actually force an acquittal for Chauvin if he now goes through a lawsuit and can prove.
What?
Wait, what? Yeah.
Oh,
Acquittal.
dude, what a freak.
Oh no, he's still
insane,
coping.
Dude, he is
still
sipping on
about, like,
the highest.
Derek Chauvin's
degree
gonna have his
cocaine.
day in court again.
He's on like rainbow-colored fentanyl copium. Okay, he's on that new shit. That's crazy. Yeah, Derek Chauvin is gonna get an acquittal because of the family of George Floyd suing Kanye for defamation. That's crazy.
Prove that no, wait a second. There were other reasons that contributed to his death. There are a lot of dynamics at play. This is to silence someone with a platform. You have a big enough platform, they will try and silence you. It's not about the kind of platform that you have right now. It's do you, A, either want to be able to have a platform, any platform, and B, do you understand that it's necessary for people on your side to have platforms? Now, let's go through George Floyd's autopsy report at the time of death. And we've done this a lot. We went through this topic ad nauseum as it was taking place, but okay. There were no life-threatening injuries that were identified, okay? There was no physical trauma to the neck. He had COVID. He had hypertensive heart disease.
Wait, there was no physical trauma to the...
This is fucking ridiculous, dude.
Fucking lot.
Why have you done this a lot? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about Steven Crowder. This is not real. What he's showing right now is quite literally, like, we are living in the future. We're not living in the past where conservatives can run with this narrative. The court declared that this was absolutely false, okay? I think maybe Steven Crowder wants to get in on the fucking defamation suit a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Gonna get
For the record, please don't show this chat is too dumb. No. I don't give a fuck. There were multiple, as is the case in every single fucking high-profile murder investigation. Multiple autopsies are conducted.
Oh, wow.
Some of the autopsies are conducted by medical examiners that are a little bit politically motivated. When the other medical examinations completely fucking go one way, and the singular one that is just is just standing out in the crowd, okay, being weaponized by indecent people, being weaponized by racist people like Steven Crowder.
Maybe I'll wait to play this part.
It'll get thrown out, which this one did, if I'm not mistaken. I believe this is the one that was not this was not real.
Both doing it. Yeah.
Did
I have basically
arteriosclerosis, I can never say it. You know, the hard
arteriosclerotic heart disease.
Yeah, arteriosclerosis. I can never say it. Can you say it? Don't make me look. Can you say it?
Arteriosclerotic.
No, that's not what it is. That's arteriosclerotic heart disease. I'm trying to say the word that people know in their head. But I can't say.
We all know I can't say it.
Arthritic. Atherosclerotic.
Why are you here? And by the way, the
arteriosclerotic.
R. Kelly. Heart disease.
Yes. All right.
What?
Bunker.
The meth levels in a system were 19 nanograms per milliliter, okay? And there were various forms of fentanyl. There's a cornucopia of fentanyl, totaling around 16.6 nanograms. Wow. Again, all the references are available at livepatter.com. Hit the like button if you want to help the algorithm here, because a lot of people still don't know this information. The lethal amount of fentanyl, particularly in combination with other drugs, so they have a threshold, right? Lethal amount of fentanyl. And then, of course, that threshold changes if it's in combination with other drugs. You ever taken medication at home that says do not combine with other medications, do not combine with alcohol? It's very common. We all know it. They didn't talk about this in the media. So, the lethal dose, or I think it's the mean dose of lethality for fentanyl in combination with other drugs, is only 7 nanograms per milliliter. Again, he was at 16.6 and 19 nanograms of meth. Which we know, by the way, meth, of course, is one of the worst drugs to combine with any of the drugs. By itself, it's a wonderful solo artist. I highly recommend.
It's so crazy. He just happened to perish. Just like that. Even though the cop was subduing him by choking him out with a knee to his neck, which a criminal court case proved at the end of a lengthy fucking trial. Okay? It's so strange. It's so strange for him to be saying this when a lengthy criminal trial completely fucking destroys the argument that Steven Crowder is trying to put together.
Come in.
Yes.
No. Only if you don't want to have teeth.
Yeah, or you don't want to sleep for 9 days, and you want don't take it unless you want your apartment to be pristine.
Yes. And live forever.
Yes.
So, I'm really interested in this. I thought once the tempers kind of flared down a little bit on this, we could go back and review the actual evidence of this case.
I love that. By the way, YouTube just suspended Ethan Klein for 7 days, who as a Jewish person himself said edgy things, definitely, that didn't put him in a good light, right? When he was covering Ben Shapiro and Ben Shapiro's allies and their attitude towards Jewish people, their anti-Semitism, right? Meanwhile, Steven Crowder gets to just fucking pop off like this with complete, just such clear disdain for black people in general. And benefits from it and makes money off of it.
That. He's hot.
Are the medical documents about the contents in his blood 100% fake? No, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter how much you try to overemphasize the drugs that were in his fucking blood. Wait, what? Of course it doesn't matter.
Nature's blessing.
Even the first medical examiner that wrote fentanyl and meth intoxication on the report declared Floyd's death a homicide. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, he can have drugs in his...
Maryland officials ordered the reinvestigation about 100 deaths in police custody. After George Floyd was killed by former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in 2020, Maryland's former chief medical examiner, Dr. David Fowler, was called in as a defense witness for the 2021 trial. On the stand, Fowler testified that based on his study of the forensic evidence, Floyd's death should be classified as undetermined and not a homicide due to a medley of factors including heart disease, drug use, and carbon monoxide exposure. For those of you who are saying, why is this guy doing this, right? Because the entire system is designed in a way to protect cops. Of course, medical examiners in every circumstance are going to be literally looking for ways to protect cops in unlawful murders that cops engage in, okay? And if that's your fucking exclusive job, it's like going to human resources and assuming that they're going to side with you. No, motherfucker. The job title is not to side with you. Their job in HR is not to side with you. It's to protect the corporation. Okay? Just like in a lot of these circumstances, when it comes...
And they're used to having HR on their... Now all of a sudden, when they're in the wrong, when they step too far, then they're surprised when this is against them. That's the profound sense of entitlement worked in their favor for so long. They going down that path, but no, they got so cocky and overconfident because they. What is this guy? Why didn't he target this one? Because they went so long without experience. Honorable kill. They went so long without having to. They thought, oh, there's no way that happened. This. Boosh. Badoosh. Got him. Ooh, got the roaring. This. We're gonna burn a card now. Hey, got him. A Calico. Burned him. Oops. A wild, isn't it? Oof. Yeah. Brand Bronzebeard. Dangerous.
The unlawful deaths. We're not talking about like fucking murders or serial killers or anything like that. We're talking about a cop killing someone. The medical examiner works with the cop. His job is to literally deflect the responsibility away from the cop. That's his job. And the fentanyl level was not fatal. Anyway, Chauvin was later convicted of murder and manslaughter for kneeling on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes, but Fowler's testimony, which contradicted the Hennepin medical examiner's determination that Floyd's death was a homicide, sparked immediate concern among hundreds of his peers around the country who suggested he might be motivated by a racial or pro-law enforcement bias. As a result, officials in Maryland launched a review last year of similarly in-custody death reports that were performed during Fowler's tenure at the helm of the state medical examiner's office. Now, that probe has spurred further scrutiny. After reviewing the work by Fowler and his team on over 1,300 cases in which people died in police custody.
Like, oh yeah, know that George Floyd's death was then that means all these other deaths also be like Derek Chauvin really fucked things up for all the police.
An independent audit design team is recommending that the state reinvestigate about 100 of those. The cases share key similarities, including the absence of an obvious medical cause of death, and they each involve physical restraint. We embarked on this process with the goal of overseeing a professional independent audit that adheres to the highest standards of impartiality and integrity. This is what happens when you fucking immediately assume that the structures that are designed a certain way are actually still adequate and genuinely have the best interest of the people at heart, okay? Kind of tired how biased you are against cops? Yeah, good one, dude. Good joke.
Bias against.
Blood was murderous, then doctors would be murdering motherfuckers on a regular basis, okay? They give way more than that to patients. Fentanyl is used inside of hospitals. Why are they not dying? Maybe because no doctor is also fucking personally choking any of their patients.
Yeah, fentanyl, a lot of like fear-mongering. You can die from touching it.
So think before you go along with whatever narrative that someone who has very clearly demonstrated his dishonesty like Steven Crowder is pushing, okay?
Hard that is country.
And Basan Bananang, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Fowler has been considered one of the foremost medical examiners of the country and served on the National Board of Medical Examiners, has defended his record, noting that he did not work alone when preparing autopsy conclusions. He's like, yeah, it was my underlings. It wasn't me. There's a large team of forensic pathologists with layers of supervision, and those medical examiners always did tremendous work, Fowler told the Baltimore Sun. The findings of the audit could have significant impact on several cases involving the deaths of other men in police custody, including the 2018 death of Anton Black.
Okay, here we go. Aya Blackpaw, then...
Fuck these people.
And another Aya Blackpaw. That, huh? Venus. Fun.
Bro, if you watch a man get choked on the fucking concrete in front of 45 people in broad day or 25 people in broad daylight, okay? And then you go to the otherwise white supremacist criminal justice system, and that cop, who we all know are fucking above the law, okay, in every other circumstance.
Who damage to all minions.
But we find an instance where a cop who's otherwise above the law, found dead to rights, criminally liable, guilty of executing George Floyd for choking him out for 8 minutes.
Deal 3 damage to a character.
With
Is it going to be... Got him.
And
a
you
minion,
still
divine
find
shield.
yourself
Ooh,
rushing to defend Derek Chauvin in this situation? I'm sorry, but you're fucking insane. You are insanely racist. There's some other motivator here that you have to investigate inside of yourself, okay?
Do something.
It's crazy that you're just still desperately seeking out alternatives. And listen, man, cops indiscriminately kill white people too. Okay? If you're that fucking geared towards white supremacy, you probably don't realize that, like, a relative of yours can be in a similar situation at a certain point. Okay? And you are defending that unjustifiable system that could just as easily harm you as well down the line.
Down the line. They're not doing it. They're coming for it.
Anyway.
Right, and see, like, the information like this, if you look at this in a vacuum and you don't have the social outcry that was going on during this trial and during that time, you're like, wow, this guy left to his own devices in that car probably dies within hours, right? At the very least, and even...
That's bullshit. Like, that's literally, you just made that up. That's not real. And also, that's not what happened. What do you mean? You're admitting, even in your deflection, you're literally admitting that Derek Chauvin is criminally responsible, dude. That's the crazy part. He just admitted that Derek Chauvin is still criminally responsible for accelerating the demise of a human being, okay? You're a fucking cop, dog. Your job, if someone is in need of desperate medical attention, your job in that circumstance is to help them, not accelerate their death, which is not even the case here.
Oh, it's Yogg Soro. Oh no, he's back. Oh, he didn't attack me.
In the corner, we'll talk about it in a minute. The corner even said, like, yeah, if you found him at his home, absent any other trauma, you're like, that's one hell of a drug overdose.
Well, you know what? Let's run it. Guys, I know we have that clip from our show. We'll run that last, but here. Don't take my word for it. Here's the video presented during the Chauvin trial of George Floyd. In other words, to hear George Floyd say it, and again, this is a tragedy. Of course, you never want to see someone die.
That's not even true. He does not believe this is a tragedy. He literally tried to fake recreate it and didn't actually recreate it. Remember, he's too much of a coward to fucking die, okay?
Die, whether they're in custody or not. It's a life law. But he said, I took too much drugs.
Oh, come on.
Did you hear that? Yes. Did it appear that Mr. Floyd said, I ate too many drugs? Yes.
Now, does that mean it's the... too. Right. Does that mean that it's the only relevant? No, but it is relevant. Very relevant. And we've gone from...
Bro, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter.
After you spend 5 minutes on
it doesn't matter. Just because someone has drugs in their fucking system doesn't mean they deserve to die, number one. Number two, the amount of drugs that he had in his system were not the fucking responsible cause for his death. That same court showed that reality. Why is it so hard to fucking accept it? Because they're desperate to try to turn this around and be like, oh, it's another black drug addict or whatever the fuck, to like play to the fucking field on the stereotypes that they try to desperately cultivate about black people, to continue a white supremacist narrative. That's the reason, okay? And if you don't fucking realize that, I don't know what to tell you, all right? It's crazy. This system does not offer concessions to the working poor, let alone working poor black people. Okay? The one time where justice is served marginally, and these guys can't handle it. They can't. They don't want to admit it.
Hey, can you kill me in this turn? Because not.
They always rush to the what did they do to deserve it? Whenever a black person is murdered by police, it's fucking so obvious what they're doing, and yet people still refuse to see it.
Alex Jones, right? Well, don't say that the parents are crisis actors and harass them, which never actually, he never told people.
He
did say the parents were crisis actors, and his fan base did harass them.
He did say that he thought it was a hoax at one point. That was his opinion, but.
And I'm
just
sure
his opinion.
Agitated to directly harass the parents.
He's just asking questions.
You know, Steven Crowder lying again about yet another court case.
Has 10. Are you kidding me? Has 10 random cells within the.
People would say that's an extreme example. If he just didn't do that, he wouldn't be sued and he wouldn't have lost. Well, hold on a second. Regardless of where you line up, Kanye repeated what George Floyd himself said, and the autopsy report revealed.
That's bullshit.
Oh my gosh, is he gonna burn his deck?
That's worthy of a lawsuit?
Whoa, what's happening? What the hell is
picture?
happening?
And just in case you've forgotten, remember the prosecutor from the Alex Jones trial said that this was not only to hurt Alex Jones, but to remove his platform and to act as a deterrent to anyone else speaking out. That was the goal.
Nice.
I ask that with your verdict,
oh my gosh,
not only take Alex Jones' platform.
Has 10 random spells again?
Away.
No, dude.
I ask that you make certain he can't rebuild the platform. That's what matters.
Oh no, what's happening?
Yeah, no, that is.
Oh my god, what's happening?
Yeah, no, literally, and that's actually a good point. Because when you are relentlessly fucking defaming people and actually having a genuine impact in their lives in a negative capacity because of your massive audience that you've cultivated by defaming people all the time and lying all the time, then yes.
Okay. Crazy.
Like, you shouldn't be able to continue having a fucking platform at that point. You have shown time and time again
and he
that
burns
you
his own
do not know how to fucking responsibly deal with that. That's crazy.
Back to me. Ooh, nice. This. Whenever a friendly minion dies.
Reported? H3 Twitcher? People make it seem like having this platform is a human right. Like, having a platform to be able to spread nefarious conspiracy theories about people that end up harming them in tangible ways.
Thanks, but I could have.
Okay? Harming them in tangible ways is a human right. Like, you have to do it. It's like being cut off from your air supply, being cut off from your food supply. It's the same. It's really fucking bananas, dude.
Take him out of this discourse, of this misinformation, of this peddling of lies, and make sure he can't do it again. That is punishment. That is deterrence.
He played a box of Yogg-Saron within a box of Yogg.
The bullhorn away from Alex Jones and take the first steps.
How many levels of recursion can you go?
Away from all the others who have it, or all the others who might want it, all the others who believe they can profit off of fear and misinformation.
Inherits these
Make them understand that they too will sit their ass in that chair right there and have to actually respond in a court of law for what they do if they choose to do the same thing that Alex Jones did.
A couple of things they weren't able.
Yeah. Wait, what? Yes, Alex Jones was found to be guilty of spreading misinformation that ended up causing tangible damages. If other people do that, then yes, they should suffer the consequences as well. A part of the criminal justice system, or this wasn't even a criminal justice system, a part of the justice system in general and the court system is to prevent others from engaging in these sorts of actions, okay? This is no different than a prosecutor going on stage and saying, Jeffrey Dahmer is a murderer, okay? And we want to make sure that if you have that kind of hatred in your heart, if you have that murderous desire, that you will also be criminally punished or you'll think twice about doing such a thing. That's like, that's the job, okay?
The point of...
That is the job. That is, and Steven Crowder's like, well, hold on now. Maybe those people deserved it. I mean, is Dahmer really a murderer? Like, that's basically what he's saying.
Is it murder if they deserve?
It's crazy. He's using this clip as though it's like, as though this guy is saying something fucking wild. He was found liable for defamatory statements and intentionally inflicting emotional harm. It's nuts. But I know why Steven Crowder is scared.
Oh, is he
He's
gonna
scared
get me?
because a lot of what comparing lying to murder is actually crazy. It's called an analogy, okay? I'm not saying that lies is the same as murder, even though Alex Jones's lies have caused not murder, but, you know, close to it, people to be shot at. But you want to fucking take that in the least charitable way possible, okay? Called an analogy. It doesn't have to be a direct one-to-one comparison. That chatter is now going to be faced with the top of the hour ad break. And you will be too.
Prove that Alex Jones profited off it. They just meant that his show was profitable. And at some point, he mentioned Sandy Hook. Out of the years and 3 hours a day of footage, they could only find 25 minutes. And honestly, it wasn't nearly as damning as you would think. But let me ask you.
Wait, what? Bro, that's crazy. There's 25 minutes of unfiltered Alex Jones misinformation out there that has led to real damages, okay, in people's lives. And he's like, man, that's nothing. If it was 26 minutes now, well, you know, that would be something. You know, 25 minutes, however, 25 uninterrupted minutes. What the fuck are you saying? Like, when Steven Crowder cuts a video lying about George Floyd, right? It's 13 minutes. They won't factor the entirety of that into the fucking argument if they were to, let's say, sue Steven Crowder. Okay? They would factor just the parts where he's directly talking about it, which means 25 minutes of direct footage of Alex Jones lying implies that there are hours and hours and hours of him goading people, talking about it. That's crazy.
This. It's about the profit, right? That was the argument. It's because what Alex Jones said was so crazy. All right. What Kanye has said now is not that crazy. Whether you disagree or not, it's certainly factual when he said there were drugs in his system, that George Floyd said he had consumed too high of a dose of drugs, when the autopsy report reveals that the blood levels are higher than the lethal dose required. Okay, let's ask another question. How is Kanye profiting off of it?
How is he profiting?
How is Kanye profiting off of it? You could maybe argue if he has a single called George Floyd Did Die. Ha!
Dude, that's awesome.
Was that a Kanye impression?
Dude, he can't roll back the racism even while he's like trying to fucking functionally be on the side of Kanye. These are Kanye West's allies, bro. That's what happens when you're so fucking over the top with your anti-black sentiment. These are your fucking fellow allies, okay? Your brothers in bond. These are the people that are defending you.
And he's still got to be right.
He does the $500 the Act Black challenge for free so often. He should stop doing it, I think. Yeah, I saw this. Brogan, touching grass, wearing the Himbo Fitness Fit. Love to see it.
Brogan.
Right? But how is he profiting? It's not about the fact that Alex Jones was profiting off of it, which they didn't prove. It's not about the fact that what he said was so radical. It is, as he said, removing the bullhorn from anyone else. Hey, who's next?
Yes. Yes. 100%. Yes. If you are defaming people deliberately and doing it over the course of many, many years, and those people are literally getting damaged by this defamation, then yes, you should no longer be able to profit out of that. You should no longer be able to have a bullhorn.
That's kind of weird.
That's how this works. I don't understand. The entire point of this is that, which is why the lawyer was saying exactly that.
I had two random.
You can try to make an argument and claim that what Alex Jones did is not wrong, which is what you're desperately trying to do.
Who's a character?
But
it's friendly,
unfortunately, it doesn't work. The courts do not agree with you.
Your opponent takes two turns, then you.
Because I don't believe, personally, that George Floyd died because of the knee on his neck. I think it was bad practice from the police. I think they were trained improperly because that was a practice that was taught to the police department. But I will say that 100%, okay, irrefutably, just a knee on the neck from a 165-pound man would not kill someone in that amount of time. Why? Well, I don't know. Is this worthy of a lawsuit? I did it.
Oh, he's trying to get sued. He wants the smoke.
Oh, he
literally just wants the smoke. He did this, by the way. I can't believe he's replaying this.
No, he pushes the boundaries to get himself to the victim.
He should have had me stand on his neck, dude. I would have done it.
Yeah, I would have done it. Yeah, get me to do it. Available anytime, Steven. Bad. Dune Skull. Love Dune.
Remember how he
Adam random mage.
crazy he got PewDiePie to collab? What you mean here?
Well, now
definitely
will.
Oh, random mage.
I'm not saying this is pleasant. I'm asking, would this kill someone?
Somebody can
actually. $100 million chest. What is it with these lawsuits? Amount. I mean, I get like Alex Jones horrible thing, making him pay like hundreds of millions. Wrong. He should be bankrupt. But payouts. Hopefully, like size of it gets a copy of it.
I'm here to settle the beef. Guys, as you know, I've been a good boy lately. No fights, just vegetarian, no beef. Until recently, I got in a little bit of a Twitter fight with the world's richest gambler, a man who supposedly made $360 million gambling and has nothing better to do than go back and forth with me. So I'm here to settle it today once and for all, because I admit I started off a little heated. I called him a dirtbag for making, you know, basically his fortune off the backs of his viewers.
Paid 360. And us got paid that because he converted viewers losers for the. I mean, that is what he's. Right? I mean. Paid, and he's given like favorable odds as well, isn't he? Like he. Point of being sponsored by the casino. So he can be seen winning. He's given the favor by the website. Oh wow, we can actually win with these. If I play gambling bots, it's gonna be me. Like they do. This is like a common grift with a lot of influence. Like Jake Paul. I want an iPhone with raffle. But like nobody else is winning. Yeah, Trainwreck is a dirtbag. Does let's see what
promoted to them gambling, and he didn't like that. He came back at me with both gloves off. He said, I thought he, meaning I, was a credible source until I read this trash, referring to something I had just written.
It's fucking trash.
To that, I just have to stop it right there and say, you used to think I was credible. Now, unfortunately for him, this is the biggest cope I hear all the time. I used to think CoffeeZilla was credible, but then he
attacked me.
Now, actually, one recent hit video came out by a guy called CoffeeZilla, who I actually kind of respected and thought had a brain, but whatever.
I love CoffeeZilla. And he talked about my thing. We hear it all the time, okay? Let's continue, though. Let's continue. Let's not hold it against him. He thinks I glamorize gambling. Now I know where he gets his news from. He also says, this guy clearly doesn't watch, nor has he ever watched me. Everything he's saying is the opposite of who I am and what I do. Now, what is this in reference to, okay? Well, it's a recent revelation that Trainwreck's made. If you don't know, he's one of the biggest gambling streamers before Twitch banned gambling recently. And just 2 days ago, their policy change went into effect, meaning Stake's #1 employee, Trainwreck's, he just got released from contract, right? He's no longer employed by them because he can't really promote them. And because of that, he decided that, I guess, right, he's no longer employed by them because he can't really promote them. And because of that, he decided that, I guess, he's going to come clean and just say, you know, what he made.
I'll release what I got paid since the beginning of my contract. I've been paid $360 million for 16 months of gambling.
It's so much money. 360. What it's a lot of free advertising. Pokey.
There you go.
Wow. Every time I've heard that, and I've played that clip multiple times, it's still always a shocking amount of money. 360 million in 16 months promoting stake.com. Now, we'll talk in a second about whether this number's real. There's been a lot of talk. A lot of people don't think it's possible that this number's real, even for the numbers we've heard on stake.com, which people get paid millions a month to promote gambling on there. It's excessive even for that. But we'll talk about that in a second.
I don't think it's
the
real.
point is, I responded to that by saying, because he posted this clip, or somebody posted this clip of him saying this, I said, what a crazy thing to brag about. Getting paid $360 million to gamble. Trainwrecks only got paid that because he converted viewers into losers for the casino. What a dirtbag. I then say, it isn't complicated, gambling's addictive, it has the highest rate of any addiction, and that people...
I don't think he got paid $22 million a month, but I think he probably got paid 10. I don't think that's like... No, I mean, it's not only. No, it's still an insane number. So Stake thinks they can get that much money off his viewers? Yeah, I think so. When he was first starting off, he said, I make $1 million off a Stake a month or something. But I think a lot of that is just monopoly money.
Rookie numbers.
I think he's probably got like, I think by the end of it, he was probably getting like paid around that much, like 10 million a month, most likely. Because think about it, he's doing like 8-hour streams or more than that. I mean, he's doing like 24-hour streams, but it's all gambling, right? He's like constantly just gambling. To 30,000 viewers, that's a lot of conversions.
Wait, did...
Stake is a sponsor of Everton Football Club. They make $360 million a year. It would be the most lucrative shirt sponsor in the Premier League. No. I think that Stake, you're forgetting that streamers get paid more than football teams do for their conversions. You're going to say I'm crazy for stating this, but when you sponsor a football club, you're doing it for legitimacy. When you sponsor a streamer, you're doing it for direct conversions. So yeah, no one that watches like Everton Football Club or sees that on a shirt goes, oh my God, I'm going to go gamble now.
Oh.
It is crazy, yes. I bet he's including the money they gave him to throw right back in the website and that 360 number. Yeah, that probably is the money that he gambled with too.
Like Train, glamorized degenerate gambling. And this is where I lost my spotless reputation with Train, okay? Because according to him, he doesn't glamorize gambling. He calls himself, and I quote, the anti-gambling gambler.
Anti-gambling.
And if you could tell me what that is, if you could tell me how you can be an anti-gambling gambler, professionally gambling for millions of dollars,
not like being
16 hours a day, you let me know, okay? But I do want to take him seriously for a second. That's actually why I'm making this video. Is it true that you can not glamorize gambling while making hundreds of millions of dollars? Is that true? I wanted to kind of think about that for a second. Because my initial thought was, you know, there are probably better and worse ways to do it, but you're always going to be the least dirty of the dirtbags, if that makes sense. It's never really you're never gonna feel good about it. But I wanted to go over, you know, the full case. I wanted to go over why Trainwreck calls himself the anti-gambling gambler. Because in some ways, it is true that unlike other streamers who used fake money, he claimed he used real money. Unlike other streamers who highlighted only their wins, Trainwrecks would highlight his losses. Or I think it's Trainwreck.
Do not gamble, idiots. You understand? If you watch the entire context of all my gambling over 15 months, you'll see it as 99.8% fucking losing.
You might say that, okay, that's positive. You know, I can acknowledge that what Steve will do it was doing on Roobet was probably worse than what Train was doing on Stake, because Steve will do it was just kind of faking everything. However, do you know who actually made more money for the casinos at the end of the day, despite all the claims of being like this like woke anti-gambling gambler? Train. By a long shot. He is one of the top gambling streamers getting paid the most for his gambling content. And we all know why that is. These business deals don't happen from nowhere. They don't just make up the numbers. Oh, you get 50 million, you get 5 million, you get 1 million. They're based on getting people in the door. You get paid because you get people to play. You can shuffle the numbers around.
And it's not even, here's the thing. It's not even like every single person that gambles is converting. That's not their business model. I've talked about this so much, but you know, maybe there's still some new people who haven't heard me cover this a million times over. But the casino business model relies on what they call whales. What whales are lifelong gambling addicts, okay? That's why they can cast a super wide net and target every fucking outlet you possibly can where, you know, give people $250 for free for their first, sign up bonus or whatever the fuck.
It is always.
And a lot of people, let's say, I don't know what the exact conversion rate is to whales, but like a lot of people will just take the $250. Okay. They will spin a couple times. They will lose. They will win. And they'll never do it again. But there is a decent chunk of people who will continue losing, right? So like you and Valorante, yes, exactly like me and my addiction to Valorant skins, even though I am horrible at the game. That's a great example. Yes. You are correct. I am a whale. Someone in the comment thread counted how much Train wagered? No shot. Where's the fucking... I can't even click on it.
Oh, this is
not working.
Murloc deck. Gotta play this. Work out. Anything.
Stream our Smash tournament? Wait, what? No, I'm not going to do that.
Are there no copies?
On Twitter when I said that. Anyway.
Your deck has no duplicates. Discover and upgrade.
Whatever, but you'll never get... Your deal will get canceled if you're not pulling in the numbers. That's just the bottom line, okay? So the very fact that he says that I made $360 million, if that's true, he at least pulled in $360 million for the casino. That's basically that admission. And that's why I'm saying, wow, what a scumbag, right? So this is where I think as a streamer, no matter how based you are, like Trains, he puts in the top right-hand corner of his stream, like, don't gamble, you'll lose. And then the other 95% of the screen is him gambling. I think no matter how much you do that, gambling 16 hours a day, you can't help but glamorize it. Why? Well, because the opposite of glamorizing something is being realistic, right? That's obvious. And showing the reality of gambling would be Train would gamble for about 10 seconds, spending $1,000 a spin and run out of money. Instead, he gets to gamble 16 hours a day or 8 hours a day, whatever he does, for an entire 16 months, and he makes money, makes millions of dollars, right? That is a glamorous picture of gambling. No matter how much you preach about, oh, guys, I'm just doing it and making millions. I want you to do it. Oh, please don't gamble. So no matter how much he talks about his losses, it can only be so real when he shows up the next day and gambles again. And I also want to quickly address the other side of this argument of personal accountability. Shouldn't people who gamble because they watch Trainwreck streams be accountable themselves? And yeah, to some extent, I think you should be. On the other hand, I only think you should take accountability when these streamers take accountability, because there's a whole other side to this. As much as people like Train want to say that the problem is no one wants to take responsibility for their own actions, he's the one who doesn't take responsibility for his own actions. He wants to be seen as some woke, anti-gambling gambler, but also get to reap the rewards of promoting gambling and getting tons of people to gamble. He's unwilling to just own the fact that he made a casino probably over $360 million. Like, if people can be accountable for losing their life savings, why can't you be accountable for what you did? Here's the deal. They have no problem taking accountability when it comes to taking their cut of the check, right? Like, when State goes to him and goes, hey, here's your $20 million for the month for all these people you signed up, Trainwreck doesn't go, whoa, that wasn't me. That was their personal accountability. Nah, he's like, yeah, I promoted that. I got these guys in the door. You pay me my money. And fair enough, he did get them in the door. But as soon as he gets the slightest amount of social pushback and people are like, wow, that's actually pretty scummy that you do that for money, he's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're accusing me of glamorizing gambling. It's like, yeah, you're paid to do that. You did a great job of it. Why can't he take personal accountability for that? That's sort of my whole problem with this. Is like, people want it only on one side. They want the guy who gambled to take personal accountability, but the guy who got him in the door, no problem over here. No, we have to ignore this guy, right? That's sort of my problem with this whole thing. I think Train tries to, dismiss this fact by...
Later.
This is where CoffeeZilla's like kind of libertarian attitude kicks in a little bit, where it's like, no, I think you can take it one step further. Like, he's right. Even from like the personal accountability metric, he's still right. Like, Train is not taking any accountability whatsoever. But I think you can absolutely go beyond that, considering that this is a damaging addiction that you are promoting. You know what I mean? Like, I do think that as streamers, we should be held to a higher account than the average watcher.
Excess images both neighbors.
It's certainly a reality that we are faced with every time we violate the terms of service. Are you sweating in your own household? No, my forehead gets a little shiny after a while, so I'm just like patting it. When he's lucid, trainers always admit he gambles away everything he earns. Mental gymnastics required to justify the aspect of his life must be draining, so he clearly feels the need to boast about the good stuff sometimes. I can't see where the 70 million comes from out of that 360 million. Yeah, that's probably his payment.
Army.
But that doesn't change the fact that he has publicly given away lots of real and crypto money to friends and strangers, including set up ambitious free for all who need mental health initiative. The streamers might sign up to if Train stop being such a dick about it all the time. Anyway, April, May, June, small bets, minor losses. July, minus 8.75 million. This is the total since opening the stake account in March. August 2021, I started with 30 million crypto, half in cold storage. I've gambled 7.5 million in the last 2 months, so I'm still okay. September, he's up by $4 million. October 2021, down by 13 million. November, 11 million. December, 4.35 million. You notice he's getting better at gambling. I mean, at least you got to hand it to the guy.
Yeah, he's losing less. He's not winning.
I'm closer to a number
less.
I won't go below. 8-figure train is not going to go back to 7-figure train.
Minus.
Last night I lost 30% of my crypto after 13.2 million loss. No bullshit. Every morning when I wake up, it's like I've snapped out some alter ego addiction. Me, and I'm sick to my stomach of how much I piss away on these slots. I'm like one stream away from being completely broke, as if the last 12 months never happened. No joke, even being at the top and having my level of funds, the stress and panic off stream is not even worth the LeBron James contract I'm being paid. Is fucking terrible. Just loss after loss after loss after hour. Jesus. There are days when it's so bad that I consider that some of my giveaway winners have more Bitcoin than I do. No data, but I see quote from 5/8 stream below. I'm down bad today. You don't want to know. Last 4 streams I was down 25 million or some shit. Last depot, I am not going down this hole again.
Oh, there's a parts word arcanist.
In an astonishing but not really how well the math checks out, Trainwreck has wagered a total of $10.27 billion on stake since March 2021, as shown on every stream via his VIP progress percentage. Playing slots with an average of 96.5% RTP, his theoretical losses work out to around $359 million USD.
What? Wait. Oh, so he's up 360 mil, down 359. Hey, at least technically made money. Yes.
The way of looking at these numbers is that Stake Casino received 19 months or so of great publicity. Obviously, mostly young, mostly male, mostly gamers, and most definitely incentivized to move into crypto by Bitcoin-only giveaways for precisely $0. The slightly more dubious benefit for Train was holding off the worst consequences of his addiction for a few more months at the cost of being Stake's bitch. Also, Trainwreck does not love gambling. He's a pathologically addicted gambler. Anything he says or does, for good or ill, should be seen through that prism. Addiction does not necessarily make you a bad person, but it does very quickly make you an expert at lying to yourself and manipulating others. I mean, this is like a pretty fucking solid analysis, by the way. Yeah. In August, he spent 11 hours a day, nearly 70% of his waking hours sitting in front of a slot machine on stream. We can only guess how much time he spent off stream thinking about gambling, or wishing he had it, or imagining if only he'd won, or dreaming jackpots, or scheming escapes, or making up reasons. Anyone who thinks anything about that is fun, or that any other amount of money can compensate for it, has definitely got it twisted. It's true. Amazing that I can watch a man lose enough wealth for 17 generations of your family to live like kings over the course of a year by clicking a mouse a few times. What a time to be alive. Yeah, but it's like, you got to remember, it's like monopoly money to a certain degree, because one, it's crypto, and two, he has like the casino is paying him a fuckload to gamble all that away. You know what I mean? Now he wants to start his own one. I'm going to create a platform or team up with one. Instead of only contracting large creators, I want to primarily contract small to mid-sized creators. Current platforms deem you irrelevant, but you are the backbone of the entire industry, and you deserve at least a little security. I mean, Bill Gates failed to do this. Good luck to Train. I suspect you'll be able to gamble. Failed to do this, and you deserve at least a little security. I mean, Bill Gates failed to do this. Good luck to Train. I suspect you'll be able to gamble on that website, but I hope it works out. I welcome additional competition to Twitch, so that Twitch will end up, you know, getting their shit together and being better for their content creators. Train literally did this. I'll make my own Twitch with blackjack and hookers.
Cover him.
Hassan Abihed, I mean,
all three.
Yeah, Olivia Rodrigo was a Hassan Abihed.
We're here in Sacramento, California at the World's Strongest Man contest. We're going to talk to some strong guys, figure out how much they can lift, what makes them so strong, and hopefully meet and develop a relationship with the world's strongest man.
Oh, hey, nice. Big. Oh, 3 hours ago. Later. Just a little. Oklahoma's crime.
There's a debate.
I always talk about liberal states have. Knock this.
Debate in Oklahoma. There's a chance for a Democrat to win the governorship in Oklahoma. We mentioned this the other day. So, I mean, it's really sort of surprising.
Which, speaking of bad predictions, I believe this Republican Kevin Stitt was on Dave Rubin's show this summer. So if he loses, I'll be going back to that interview for clips.
And I mean, this is the state that has the nation's strictest abortion ban right now. So I mean, or at least one of them, and it was one of the first to sign it. That's what Stitt made a priority. So I'd imagine that this is going to be one of those testing grounds for abortion activating certain kinds of voters.
And it's kind of an interesting race because the Democratic opponent, Joy Hoffmeister, is a former Republican, and due to her disagreements with Stitt, she switched parties to run against him. And Stitt himself might have some more unique vulnerabilities because he's also on the outs with a lot of the tribal nations in Oklahoma, which are a huge, kind of demographic there as well, who, have also kind of had some conservative voting patterns. So it's kind of an interesting race that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be kind of close, but it could be close.
So here's, and this is what's interesting. And do you have that tweet that I sent you, or that graph, right? Okay. So we know that the narrative, and one of the things that has been the Republicans have been running on, is that supposed this increase in crime that has taken place in the country. And crime is up relative to where it was pre-pandemic. It is down significantly relative to where it was, let's say, 15, 10, 20 years ago, however metric you want to use. So really any time over the past 30 years, I think more. Again, I subscribe to the notion that the diminishment of leaded gasoline sort of led to some of this. But here's something that also sort of like really sort of short circuits the narrative. And there's been a couple of studies that have come out. Some you don't really need studies. You can just look at sheer numbers. It's not, but you don't, that make a more general point. But here is Joy Hoffmeister responding to Kevin Stitt. And watch this. This is an interesting fact.
Let me say this real quick. We're talking about Lawrence Anderson, who was redocketed in error by the Pardon and Parole Board. This matter was investigated by the Oklahoma County Grand Jury. They allege that there was improper influence. I don't know about that matter. What is your understanding of why Lawrence Anderson got redocketed and then got commuted?
There's thousands and thousands of people that are currently in prison, and they're going to be getting out this year that have got certain sentences. And the Pardon and Parole Board goes through those the best they can. There's 5 people on that board, and they recommend for some people to get released. And sometimes bad things happen. And with thousands of people every year, the other thing is just throwing away the key and locking every single person up for good. That's not the solution either, Superintendent. And so things are going to happen. And for you to take that type of shot and bring those wounds back up and try to make those families out there think that was somehow I was responsible, or the 5 people on the Pardon and Parole Board, they absolutely would change their vote and make a different decision if we knew that person was going to kill someone. Everybody out there knows that. We all know that you're just trying to make political points. That's disgusting.
Now, I should say, in terms of the substance, I agree. Obviously, people who get paroled, some minuscule percentage of them could go on to commit a heinous crime. But she learned this from the Republicans.
And it's kind of fascinating that Stitt says this, because this was kind of similar in the Kentucky governor's race, where Andy Beshear, the Democratic governor, now hit Matt Bevin, the Republican, for sentence commutation. So it's kind of interesting that 2 Democrats in red states are kind of going a little to the right of the Republicans.
I mean, I don't, as a broad message, I don't like it very much.
But at least they're talking about crime. I mean, in this specific instance, like I feel like Democrats have largely abandoned that topic, and that's where Republicans have made gains nationally.
But this is the interesting fact is coming up here.
So
Real quick, let's keep the pause down. Thank you.
So let's talk about the facts. The fact is, the rates of violent crime are higher in Oklahoma under your watch than in New York and California. That's a fact.
Well, we'll have that fact checked by the Frontier Superintendent.
It's also a fact that medical
Hang on,
marijuana...
Oklahomans, do you believe we have higher crime than New York or California? That's what she just said.
Yes.
Safety and
I believe it.
Hey, Oklahomans, we're going to put up a graph that will show you the per capita. Obviously, Oklahoma does not have the population. You will notice that age-adjusted death rates, homicide mortality by state. The states that have the lighter colors,
Oklahoma,
are smaller.
Wow, Mississippi and Louisiana. Actually, not
states.
So. Y'all know the Arkansas and South Carolina, Alabama, of course. Mississippi and Louisiana are sure. That's no surprise. But China did not expect Missouri. I don't know much about or Arkansas. California and New York get played up as like these crime-ridden holes, but like that's because like we just have a huge population density, right? Like so much of America's population is centered in and around a that's where a lot of crime happens. That's where like all the people live. Like right wingers. That's the whole thing with the electoral college, right? Land-wise. Or land. Most of the geographical area of the United States is red, but a lot of that red area is very sparsely populated.
That have the lighter colors.
I guess like maybe City and Los Angeles have high crime rates, but like New York State, California are very big states and they have a lot of rural areas. What if I do this? New York City and Los Angeles
are smaller, have a smaller mortality rate by homicide than in the darker colors. And you will notice
what's going on in Mississippi. Very poor. Yes. Nice. Haha. Got him. Oh, these secrets are so cross menu.
that New York, California are sort of like a, I don't know what you would call that green. Sort of like a frosty green, sort of like it's like a green.
Winter green.
No, it's not quite that dark.
A lighter green.
It's a lighter green. It's like a frosted green. It's almost like a color that you associate with like the green of the 1930s. I associate that color with. Now, of course, if you look at, can we zoom in on that? Oklahoma, not quite dark blue like those other southern states,
which also, by the way, correspond with, I think, the highest poverty rates in the country.
Oh, those don't correspond with the states that defunded the police?
No.
That's weird.
Odd.
It's not a lib per capita.
Oklahoma, significantly darker, let's say, than New York or California. And it is
a way to reframe the conversation about crime.
Yes, and this is coming on the heels or in the wake of a couple of studies. One came from Center for American Progress, conducted by a team of 7 academic researchers. Study compares cities that have elected so-called progressive prosecutors with places whose district attorneys continue to pursue more traditional approaches. The study found that homicides over recent years has increased, because it's increased in all these places, at a lesser rate in cities with progressive prosecutors than in those with more traditional district attorneys. Also found no meaningful difference between cities with progressive or traditional DAs in the trends for larceny and robbery. Another study by the Third Way group, these are basically like non-Trump Republicans, found that per capita murder rates in 2020 were 40% higher in states that voted for Donald Trump than those that voted for Joe Biden. The study found that 8 of the 10 states with the highest per capita murder rates in 2020 have voted Republican in every presidential election this century.
Give demons.
Just an important data point for you to keep in mind when you hear all this BS that's floating around.
And like, why is this happening? James Sierowecki pointed out, because Washington Post Opinion had a Mark Thiessen article, High Murder Rates Driven by Lethal Violence in Democratic-Run Cities. And Sierowecki points out, you would exclude every murder committed in St. Louis and Kansas City, and Missouri would still have higher murder rate than states like New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And it's because, like the lead thing, like there's lots of reasons why crime is higher in America, and it is true. Like there's more crime than there should be in this country. The solution to that isn't more cops, because we have more cops and we cage more people than any other countries too. The problem is there's an underinvestment in people.
Yeah. Right.
And that is that's what's being masked now when you act like it. And that's why I don't think Democrats are speaking well to this at all, because that's where it has to be. It can't be like Val Demings saying I'm the real cop. It has to be like
this was an improvement. I mean, in the sense that like
at least overthrowing that narrative.
Well, the point is just the only time you hear Democrats for the most part talk about crime is when they're kicking the left to say that I don't support defund the police, as opposed to reframing the argument and saying like, well, Republicans are lying to you about this. Look at these statistics.
Yeah, like in both the Tim Ryan, J.D. Vance debate, the first one, and then the Mark Kelly, Blake Masters debate, the entire framing from both Kelly and Ryan was, I've supported bills to hire more cops. I've supported bills to hire more Border Patrol officers. There's nothing about like, oh, like what are actual things to be done besides hiring people to like enforce the law that would actually mitigate any sort of crime.
And even if you don't want to go there, that's fine. But just don't either kick the left and say, which they're going to, the Republicans are going to use their framing about defund against you anyway, because you're the members of the same party. So just for self-preservation, don't do that. Or they're being quiet and not saying anything at all. This third way is better than those first two options, I think.
Because to your point, in the Demings-Rubio debate, I mean, Marco Rubio was talking about Val Demings, a former police chief who was in the running to be Biden's vice president in 2020, as one of the most progressive or left-leaning members of Congress. That's just by virtue of any metric you can imagine is a blatant lie. So why not even the framing of that is not going to change regardless of whether Val Demings shows her badge or not.
No.
Okay. I'll let Goss help. Whoosh.
Now, there is a good deal of dysfunction in American politics right now, too, and many ask, what is the future of the Republican Party? With the majority of Republican candidates...
Same button, yet blindfolded button. Ooh.
Oh! Nathan going for it again! He's going
normally kind of stick to.
Usually go...
These guys are on a date and on a blind. They can immediately end the date and get a new partner if they button in front of them. Blindfolded, just based on the got him. That's that. Douche. Douche. Douche.
older, so my age range is usually like 22 to 32 kind of thing. Welcome to the button speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Bro, the last 4 button videos have all missed. You keep giving too many chances. Honestly, I think that's why they're switching it up with blindfolds.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date. This is the button.
Yeah, the last episode of the button had some weird characters. Some like, I don't know, not great participants. Have to cut.
Okay, take your hand. This is the chair. There you go.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, I'm Milton.
I'm Mia. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Milton has a type. I have here thick, sassy, sense of humor.
Is there anything else you want to add to that checklist?
That's about it.
So what do you do for work?
I'm a school bus driver.
Oh.
What?
Damn, that was quick.
What?
I'm a school bus driver.
Oh.
What?
Damn,
You, school bus driver, what's wrong with that, you bitch? Fucking bitch.
Bro, that's fucked up.
Why did you?
I just wasn't feeling the spark.
Oh,
The conversation was flowing.
That's bullshit. You hate a working class man. That's why. You heard school bus driver and you thought of the negative depictions of school bus drivers in, popular shows like The Simpsons and shit, and you immediately fucking hit the button. That's what it was.
You didn't
School
even.
bus
That's the
drivers are
only thing you know
backbone
about them.
of this entire economy.
Bitch.
Okay, they are the foundation.
Oh, and that's all.
It's nice to meet you,
though. Yeah, absolutely. Got the
Do you regret it
necklace.
now that you see him?
He's very handsome, but stay where I stand with. Just didn't feel the flow.
Milton's a total babe.
Absolutely.
I got the chair.
Good job. Good job.
Pull the chair out. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Craig. I have my hand out.
Oh.
For... No?
Oh, there it is. Nice to meet you.
What do you like to do for fun?
I am really open.
Bro, thank God you got blindfolds on because that shirt. Oh my lord.
I am.
I have my hand out.
Oh.
For... No?
Oh, there it is. Nice to meet you.
What do you like to do for fun?
I am really open.
Bro, thank God you got blindfolds on because that shirt. Oh my lord.
Open to trying anything new. I'm pretty new to the area. Right now, it's mostly been like hitting as many different breweries to try as I can because I think that's really cool.
Okay.
And that's me saying it, dude. Like I'm Mr. Damn Flashes, you know what I'm saying? And even I'm like, God damn, that's a bit too far, you know? That shirt is so fucking flashy, you can see it through the blindfolds, man.
Oh, love that.
I remember why I stopped playing Hearthstone.
Like breweries and wineries and alcohol and stuff like that.
Completely get that. I just started a new job recently and I work in the beer industry now, so it's been a lot of stopping at bars and things like that. So that's become a workplace for me.
And what kind of job do you have in the beer industry?
So I work in marketing, so I'm a brand manager.
So when you're dating, what age group do you normally kind of stick to?
I usually go older.
Why do people say you would wear that? Like, if I'm already shitting on it, and I know what kind of fucking loud-ass shirts I wear, if I'm shitting on it, clearly I wouldn't wear it, okay?
So my age range.
I don't know why chat literally...
Let's play one more.
I get it. You know, I wear flashy shit, but I wouldn't wear that.
I'm 39.
Okay.
And then to be totally transparent, I have 2 kids and...
Oh, she gonna hit that button so quick.
Okay.
So like throwing that all on the table.
Appreciate that.
Okay, yeah.
I am so sorry. I actually have tried going out with someone with kids before and it just really isn't right for me right now.
Totally get it. Yep, understand. It's like it's a lot.
Such a pleasure to meet you though.
Pleasure. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Damn. Really thought I had it at the bar owner.
Yeah, she's into fucking petite bourgeois Andes, okay? Small business owners, she was like, ooh, I'm into that. Oh, children and a wife? Nope.
This one's funny. She's old.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I get a hug?
Where are you? Put your hands up.
Where's my
There
hug
we go.
guy?
Okay.
Hi, I'm
Oh, he's flexing.
hugging
Nathan is
guy.
like, look at my body. Feel my body. Also, Nathan is probably feeling her body. Let's be real. This was a move, okay? This wasn't a where's my hug move. This was cheating, okay? He's trying to cheat the system. And honestly, I'm with it. I'm with it.
Trying to go with touch.
I'm great. Thanks for getting me off my feet.
So sight.
You know, I'm just kind of having a good time today. It's nice. What do you
Oh, come on. Come on,
Oh,
bitch.
Nathan is
Where's
one of
my
those.
hug?
Oh, Nathan is definitely a cheater. He also has it like up this way. I wonder if Nathan is the chatter. He has it up, and you can tell he's like looking to hit the button quick.
I love watching television and film. I studied film for a really long time. So
Guilty pleasures?
I always say like my #1 guilty pleasure show is Riverdale. I will never recommend anyone watch the show.
Okay.
Hit it, Nathan! Oh, he was quick with it! Woo!
I'm so sorry. You're lovely.
Thank
Get
you.
him, Nathan.
But yes,
Was it the Riverdale?
I'm gonna be very candid with you. We have a little bit of a bromance back there, and so I kind of did it for the boys.
Report back to the boys that.
Wait, he did what for the?
We have a little bit of a bromance back there, and so I kind of did it for the boys.
Report back to the boys that you got me down. Okay. Have a good night.
Oh God!
There's a
she got
bromance down
pissed.
there. Wait, did he get him? Did he get her in retaliation for the guy that she got? Bro, man. For the boys.
No, he's
For
being
the
nice,
boys.
and she got mad. He's being nice. She got mad, but like she was rejecting people left and right.
Oh, you can see there's a whole room of them back there. Interesting. This is like behind. Oh, how could they? Oh, the gal room. Uh-oh, you pissed off the ladies. You shouldn't have said that, man. You should know better. You should know you don't tell them the truth. They can't handle the truth, man.
So much metagaming happening. Everybody, stop playing. Stop metagaming. Why is everybody metagaming? What the fuck?
Yeah, so all the guys can talk to each other and all the girls can too. But like, yeah, this is like now there's like so much like psychological shit.
You're ruining the integrity of the button.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Sam. Samantha.
How are you doing?
Oh, he tried to do it again. He tried to do it again. He was like, "Should we go for a hug?" Nope.
I'm doing good.
So in terms of dating, what is something that is like an automatic deal breaker?
I can be really chatty sometimes, and I've had a lot.
No, god
Does
damn
she
it.
have fur under her mask? What's going on?
Where people will like, I'll talk about something and then they'll just cut me off. I need someone who will listen to me.
What is something that you watch by yourself that's a guilty pleasure that you don't tell anybody?
I mean, I watch a lot of anime. I watch.
Me too.
That's not a guilty pleasure, okay?
Everyone watches.
I don't. She's literally dressed up in a full anime suit. You can't say that's a guilty pleasure if you're a fucking walking billboard for watching anime. Why'd you say careful, Pepela?
A lot of
He's a
Asian
big
shows
bro.
like Korean dramas.
What is your type?
I'm definitely very into Asian men. It's not like a deal
That
breaker.
mean
What race do you think I am?
I have no idea. I don't.
Yeah, look at
I
that
don't want to
hair.
make assumptions.
You want to take a guess?
I would say like maybe white to Asian, maybe.
I'm Asian.
Bro, this show's getting unhinged, and I'm here for it.
Oh.
Also, the most normal weeb, straight up.
Oh, you
Straight
know,
up. The most
she's a weeb, so
normal
she loves
weeb.
Asian.
Immediately was like, I'm really into Asian men.
I'm really into Asian. Yeah. Classic.
What the fuck?
Classic weeb, bro.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. Can we hug?
Sure.
Okay. Hi. How are you? Good.
Okay, Nathan, come on, dog. We know what you're doing, dog. He wasn't fucking. He's not doing the hug.
Run,
come
Nathan.
on, dude. Yo,
Not doing
Nathan.
Yeah, he's checking
in
out
a
her
million
bod,
years,
feeling
I
her
would
out.
not have thought to do that. Okay? Like, now that I know, I probably would in a game like this if I was ever doing a game like this. But I never, like, I would have felt like that's cheating. You know what I mean? Nathan is a gamer 100%. He's gaming, dude. He's got an out, though. He's got an out. He could be like, I felt like you were fetishizing Asians or something.
We get a
Ooh, yeah, say that. Yeah, you're fetishizing,
you're
objectifying.
Friend with you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just kind of a gut feeling for me.
No, that's totally valid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see anything because I don't have my glasses on.
Bye, Sam.
Goodbye.
Come on, bro. You keep fucking hugging him and then hitting the button. We know why you're doing that. Yo. We know why. Okay, Nathan.
This guy and this do it nice.
Yo, the girls really need to stop coordinating, okay? And the guys too. Like, what is this coordination? Like, kind of fucked
What's
up,
going on here?
okay?
Hey, how are you?
What's going on
Good.
here?
How are you?
Good. My name's Nathan. What's your name?
Nathan, do not try the hug strat. They're on to you, brother. Don't do it. Don't do
The
the
hug.
hug. Don't do the hug test.
No hugging.
Don't fucking do it,
Not
Nathan.
hug.
They're gonna clap him. There's no way he stays
Not hug.
alive after this.
Amy.
What is your drink of
Amy
choice?
is wifey material.
What makes someone wifey material?
I just really like to take care of my man. Like, I like to spoil him. I mean, I obviously.
Material.
I just really like to take care of my man. Like,
That's hot.
I like to spoil him. I mean, I obviously like expect the same energy back. And I can cook really well.
Oh, what do you love to cook?
Steak dinner with like shrimp and like.
Oh, wow. Surf and turf? Wow, that is very fancy.
Mashed potatoes.
Nathan models.
Oh, are you your model?
Oh, I don't.
Ooh.
Where did you guys get that information? What?
How tall are you?
Oh no! Yo,
Cub.
she was gonna stay strong for the girls group, but now that she knows Nathan is a model, if he gives up his height, it's over. She's not hitting that button, dude.
I'm thinking like 5'11".
So you want to give me a hug and see how tall I am?
Oh,
now
Nathan
he-
going for it again.
Now
He's
he's doing
going.
the hug.
The fucking mad dad. Ace men. Oh, three in a
Going back
fucking
into
row,
it
man.
again. Oh man, they have
Bro,
time.
this not to be the guy that like ties everything back to Valorant, but this is literally like when I have a strat on like A site, okay, on defense, and I keep doing it over and over again, expecting the exact same results no matter what, okay? And sometimes if it works, it works. Bomb buddy, follow the bomb buddy with your fucking weapon out. Then immediately, if the bomb buddy catches someone, grenade.
Not right now.
Why did you press the button?
It's just like wasn't the vibe.
You know, I can respect that.
You have really nice hair.
Oh, thank you. You as well. You know, I can respect that.
You have really nice hair.
Oh, thank you. You as well.
It was nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you as well.
Okay, bye. Hi.
Hi. Sorry, I'm trying to literally find the chair right now.
No, that was me too. Don't worry.
Okay. Voice sounds soothing. I like it.
Oh, thank you.
He's got the sunglasses on.
I am 26.
On his head.
Though. You're probably like, no, I'm younger than that.
Younger? Really?
Probably.
Okay.
What? No. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. I should remember that some of you might be in here doing this.
Okay.
Amy is dating to marry. Are you ready to get married, Donovan?
I don't mind marriage. I really don't. It depends how like certain time with what it does and everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, where it leads.
On, dude.
He's really pushing the blindfold strat. He's like, yeah, I'm 26, but a lot of people say I'm like a Brad Pitt 24. You know what I mean?
Like married right away.
Amy wants 3 kids.
3 is a little too much. I got it. 2
come
would
on.
be fine. 3 is like.
Is it like you don't make it?
No, it's not that. I don't mind it. My mom had 1 out of 6. I'm the oldest out of the 6. It's like hectic enough on my mom is.
We're gonna bring in this next date.
It's nice meeting you
Nice
though.
to meet you too.
My name's Ria.
Okay, my name's Donovan. What
Fucking do this to me.
Look
God
wise,
damn
My
it.
type has been all over the board. I definitely love people who are like athletic and into the gym. I love like manly men who can like,
He's about to be like, oh, me too. I'm so manly and athletic, and I am at the gym all the time.
you know, let me feel
Oh, yeah,
like
I'm
relaxed. and,
always
like,
going to
So
the
That's just my type.
Yeah, I do work out and everything, so it's just part of my regimen. I do
Let
everything.
her feel your arms.
I hear my
Okay,
arms out.
where
Oh,
are your
man.
arms? Okay.
He is jacked, though. He's got some big arms.
Strong. What do you like to work out in the gym?
So honestly, I work out every particular muscle twice a week. I would say my favorite one I like to do is chest.
Where is it?
It's right there.
Can I feel your face?
Go ahead.
Okay.
They're feeling each
I like
other
that.
up.
That's good.
Oh, thanks.
Are you two connecting?
I mean, she's already had my arms in my chest.
I've already like, I feel like I basically already know you.
Okay, that's enough.
And 3.
Oh. No! Are they?
Basically already know you.
Blindfolds off. And 3.
Already know.
Oh. No! Are they gonna let them fucking hit the button after the blindfolds? Because that's straight devious. Okay, I like
ooh,
this.
yeah, that would be.
I am
that would be
glad
bad.
that they are getting way more brutal with the content. Okay, the
If
cut.
you just see,
this
if
is what
you
you
just
needed
take
to
one
do.
look at them,
Okay,
and
on the
you're
one
like-
side,
you're like,
I think content-wise, this is
thanks.
brutal as fuck. On the other side, it's good content. I'm gonna still shit on it. Okay.
Oh wow.
You're not what I expected you to
Really?
be, honestly.
You two gonna go on a second date?
Do it. Do it. Oh, come on, bitch. Oh, you gotta do him like that, man.
All right.
Sorry, Donovan. Thank you.
Oh, it's just for the experience. Oh. Do it for the boys.
Crazy.
Kick that bitch out of there. Come on, Donovan, for the boys.
Yo, that's what? Bro, that is
The moment that button
crazy.
goes live, just
Dude.
slap that shit.
The word
man.
vibes in this episode is doing enormous heavy lifting. No,
A lot
that's the
of
parachute
vibes.
course, okay? She said the vibes are off a little bit. It's like, just say he's ugly? No, don't say that. It's nice that she's saying vibes.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Devontae.
Are you wearing?
Do this, Devontae.
Okay, to be fair, that shirt, see, that's a loud shirt. I would wear that shirt. I own a shirt like that.
Am I?
Are you not?
I think this is what they gave me. Okay. Wait, how do I look? Do I look?
Whatever works, honestly.
Do you like the smell of each other? Give each other a little whiff.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, you smell like body wash.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice perfume. What is that lotion?
It's a bum bum cream.
Bum cream.
It's for your bum.
You're gonna moisturize them cheeks, you know.
Yeah.
Your voice.
Yeah.
It's really calm and it's soft.
That button, bro. Hit it for the boys.
Oh my God! She didn't even, she can feel it. She can feel the sex appeal oozing from my man. She can feel the shirt's vibes, okay? She feels the shirt. She said, that's Hasanabi core. She's like, I'm into it.
You trying to find out?
Are you ready to see
Smooth.
each other?
Riz.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Oh my god. You're cute.
Hey,
Dude,
they look
that's
okay,
crazy. This show is going to make incels, dude. I swear to God. Why? Because, you know, it stems from entitlement. Make no mistake. But, like, that is wild, dude. She just fucking obliterated the guy before after, like, feeling him up and being like, oh, you're so hot. Oh, my God. She took the shades off and immediately was like, ooh.
Oh, stop. You're hella
He's
I like
nice.
the
He's
eyeliner.
he's got the leopard print
You have a really nice
shirt and the earrings.
Are you gonna commit to a second date?
I feel like we could. Unless I'm wrong.
No, I would like that.
You're pretty comfortable so far,
Yeah.
and you're not making me nervous.
You know, whenever people say like, "Oh, I got butterflies," I feel like that's a sign that your body's rejecting them. And if you feel like comfortable with the person, I feel like that's like.
That's what I look for in a
That's
person.
more comfortable.
Yeah.
So,
What's up, bud?
Do it.
second date?
Do it.
The lady's comfortable with it. I am.
Oh, those
I would enjoy that.
intense eye contact
Congratulations, you've won the button.
Goddamn!
on the buttons.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Imagine if you just press the button then. Be like, nah, psych,
I'm
bro.
glad I skipped the person before this.
Okay, stop. You already murdered him.
Yeah, you got it. Don't kick him while he's down.
You already fucking
Kick him,
murdered
man.
him. You don't need to stab his corpse. That's illegal, dude. What the fuck? She literally said, I'm glad I fucking smoked on that Bozo's pack.
Thank you, button. Can I just?
Hey.
She double tapped. She brought him back.
Oh,
from the
he
dead just
gets
to
to go into the
smoke
girl
again.
room when he wins. Oh, that now he's got a whole harem.
What about the girls that don't end up going on a date? You know what I mean? What did they get?
they're
They get
just
nothing
fucked.
out of it.
Okay. Now we're gonna watch the new 5. Panic Attack. Okay, so Channel 5 is already out with a new video, World's Strongest Man. We're going to like strongman competition to see big buff dude. Yeah, he's shortly after his recent video. Hopefully, Andrew's been on his grind, making a lot of content, getting ready to do this tour around. Might go to the one in my area. Yeah, it seems like he's just going all these fun finding the craziest people. Yeah, he's got some kind of radar. Finds the most interesting, insane ass people that he can possibly find, and just yeah, he's got a talent. He's the perfect man for this job. So let's see what he comes up with here.
Ask me what we're doing. What are we doing? We're here in Sacramento, California at the World's Strongest Man contest. We're going to talk to some strong guys, figure out how much they can lift, what makes them so strong, and hopefully meet and develop a relationship with the world's strongest man.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, nice ass. That's a sweet ass. That's Oh, that's Gregor Clegane. Yeah, that guy actually is buff bodybuilder.
Strongest man, baby, let's go!
Man, let's go! Oh, just
Woo!
that vodka.
Are you pre-gaming right now?
Vodka.
Pre-gaming? No, I'm gaming, man. Pre-game was at like 7 a.m. Yeah.
This isn't the pre-game. This is the game. Wait, he's not even in the event. So that was the pre-game. No, pre-game.
You could say that. Functional though. I have a job. I got my shit together. World's Strongest Man 2022.
You look at the fellas, like they're really like big. They look a bit like chubby, but I know for like they're not actually chubby. They're just hella fucking strong.
Most ladies like that man is strong, because the most important from ladies what they tell that man should be strong.
Would you describe yourself as strong?
I mean, I'm probably stronger than 99.9% of the population, but I'm not as strong as I once was.
I'm probably stronger than 99.09% of the population, bro. Britain's, I'm the fucking strongest man in all of England, bro. Simple as.
She went through a 4-month period where 4 steaks a day, 4 ribeye steaks a day, every day.
Any veggies on the side?
Yeah, I'd have some veg, some potatoes.
Wait, 4 steaks,
4 steaks a day, 4 ribeye steaks a day, every day.
Any veggies on the side?
That's like wasteful. I mean, is that like necessary? Does all like 4 steaks just goes right to your muscle? Or I mean, I guess it takes a lot to maintain all that muscle. It's gotta be expensive, right? Like 4 steaks every day for how long? Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it, man. That's like a lot of steak.
Yeah, I'd have some veg, some potatoes.
Can you lift up a car?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, obviously you see the guys earlier, they were picking up a car and running with it.
That's like a small car. But that's just the frame of a car. I guess that's the heavy part, but still, that's a small. That's so impressive, of course. Hey.
World's Strongest Man,
yeah.
2022.
They're doing like a Flintstones run. Right.
California state capital, Sacramento, California.
Bottom out.
What's up, dude?
Oh, no filming.
You pretty strong? You want to be strong one day?
Maybe.
Same here. Yeah,
man,
sure.
that's
What's going on?
It's just ice.
Oh, because it's so hot out?
Just take some.
Just take some?
All right, yeah.
What should I do with the ice? It's melting really fast.
Just eat it.
Keep me cool.
Pop it
Thank
in your
you.
mouth.
It's so hot out here. I'm really happy that freaking friendly lady came by.
Give the kid an ice cube.
You don't wait. You
Here,
don't
catch the ice.
You don't have like any like water
Good
bottle
job.
or anything.
Good job.
Could have some water.
Thanks, man.
What were you saying?
So before y'all got here, someone like farted. That shit stank, bro. That was like rotten eggs and my dog's shit at the same time.
Oh shit.
I don't know. I had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom smelled better than that shit.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, you got some nasty farts out. You know these dudes are all on eating steak and eggs, just like raw protein powder. Gonna go all the way down to the ass. And the face.
So was it a strong man?
Zoom in right there.
I think it was one of them. I don't know.
All right. What can you tell me about this event?
Oh wow. It's
The
big,
event is nice. Yeah, it's nice. And I don't know how the hell they're that tall, but I think because
I mean, yeah, you got to be naturally just like a big guy to be. Gotta have a frame to build off of. Like, why is he interviewing kids? I mean, this kid's cooler than the last kid.
they eat their veggies, and that's how you get very tall.
Hell yeah.
You gotta eat your veggies, kid. Finish your veggies before you gotta eat.
We'll fucking see about that.
All your veggies. Sure. Making gains.
Can you tell us who you are and what your position is at the World's Strongest Man?
My name is Colin Bryce, and I am the tournament director. So it's my job to oversee fair play and organise the tournament, pick the events with a group of people.
World's Strongest Man competition starts in downtown Sacramento today.
These athletes from all over the world, 30 of them, compete to be the world's strongest man. What do you think of that?
I'm thinking you're looking in shape.
I don't
put one man down.
Yeah.
So, a smorgasbord of heavy stuff, isn't it? This is stones, anvils. This is our loading event.
I call it a pain cave, but okay.
And it will be.
So what makes a good strongman?
A battery of tests, a bit like a decathlon. You need to have great lower back and leg strength, shoulder power, overhead pressing power. There's Flintstone lift, excuse me, I've been drinking too many drinks. And the massive heavy fridge carry thing. So, there's events like that. We just go around, we pick them, we decide, we try and get a smorgasbord of events that will find our champion.
Where are we at right now?
That way.
So we're just chilling at the pool. You'll see a lot of guys
really. How many of these guys do you think are doing steroids? Because I know, like, one of the reasons, like, bodybuilders have these bulging, that, like, they're taking HGH, human hormone, which makes all of your organs bigger. Your muscles, but also all of your other organs, like your heart and your intestines, makes your. So, I mean, I imagine this is one of those sports where, like, if you're not on steroids, then you're not able to compete with the other guys who are doing steroids. But maybe they test for steroids. They probably are doing.
Not that much colds, a little bit sweaty. I'm just going to jump in the cold tub just now.
What is with all these Brits, like buff British? Is that like a thing? That, like, British dudes are. I know we saw one guy from like
Oh yeah, if you had a time machine and you could travel to any historical period, where would you go?
Oh jeez. Like, so I'm from Scotland, so I'd like to go back to
Scotland. From Scotland.
This guy, he's
double strongman ice bath.
Like, watch yourself, you're not getting wet. It's nice.
How does it feel in there?
Must be really cramped.
Do you know the worst thing about this cold? It makes me piss and hard at the same time.
Is he actually
It makes you piss and hard. That's painful. And in cold. Yeah. This guy's got to get out of there. Gotta get out of there, man.
No?
I can feel it in my gooch. Like, the way his penis is directed, it's directing at my...
Watch this.
Oh, there it is.
Look at this. And look, no hands.
Oh.
Can you feel it in your butt?
What's with this music?
Unfortunately, I can't.
So can I.
Is this the Mordor music? Dun 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 dun.
Can you feel it in your butt?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Are we training an army of buff British guys to take over the world? Oh no. Britain's gonna take over the world fucking again, dude. You know, like, their economy's collapsing. They're gonna go fascist again. Try to do another empire. This time I bet they'll fail miserably. Yeah, let's gonna yeah. This time the rest of crush them.
So can I? This is so nice.
When you asked me the question about the time machine, I wish I could go to a time machine right now and tell myself not to come down to the ice tub for another hour.
Right now.
Oh,
You did it.
Oh.
Wow, it was like
so much sex appeal right now.
The time machine question. Back to it. If you
Sorry for interrupting.
no, it was a perfect interruption. Really spice things up.
Can I just say, I like your hair.
Thank you, man. I like your beard and tribal tattoos.
Thank you.
Good.
That's fun. I love interviews. Interviews are my favorite.
What makes you different from other strongmen?
I've been told I'm weird. I don't know where to get that idea from. What do you think of me now? Back home, I'm like a 12 out of a 10.
Where are you from?
Ireland.
I am ethnically Irish.
How ethnically?
My last name is Callahan.
Oh, Callahan. So, technically you're Irish.
That's
So you
Irish.
play this game, Dick or Duke?
As long as you have that. Oh wow, that's good. Was that a pepper shaped like a?
Okay. Dick or Jeep?
Jeep.
Jeep. Yeah, is the cameraman.
Am I looking at?
Jeep.
You're telling him. No.
We're telling him.
I don't know how you're doing this magic. Are you a wizard?
Yeah.
Mouthing.
Dick.
Dick or G.
Children in the pool area. I don't want to be on camera.
Are you saying something?
That's Mitch, the press coordinator. Yeah, there is some kids in there. There's some kids, Mitch. You're right. Hey kids, you want to see a picture of a Jeep? You have another game?
Yeah.
But they're not seeing the
either a
kids,
banana or a straw. It's called deep throat.
Fucking world's strongest man, baby, let's go!
Let's go.
Big dudes,
Doug,
big
that's
weights,
strong,
and they fucking
strong
whip
enough.
them.
What does it mean to be a strong man?
It depends on what
2
your
minutes
life
left.
situation is. Are you a father, a husband? Are you a single individual?
It means you're strong. You mean big buff dude, lift heavy. It means strong, like you're an honorable, dependable man.
Looking to just best your weights? Let's take a single dad, for example, who cares for 2 children.
Strong
He takes
man.
care of them at night, who has to work during the day, possibly he's going to school somehow
Yeah,
in
he
that
works
mix,
hard.
just to further his life and his family's. That's a strong man.
Yes, that's the lesson. To be strong, you don't have to be physically strong. Okay, you just have to be on your grind. Okay, you can be a man. Yeah, being a man has nothing to do with like your physical strength, or it has little to do with that. More about dedication, your drive.
That's a pretty good summation of it. Strong man is a man who has an iron will, is determined, has drive, and ambition.
Drive.
Get it done. It's about the men who are willing to do the work.
Discipline trumps motivation.
Different question. If you guys had a time machine, what would you do?
I would go see Thomas Jefferson. He's a man to look up to in my eyes.
I mean, Thomas Jefferson did do some good things. He also did, had sex with a lot. He had a lot of. Would I go back in time to me? I mean, Abraham Lincoln, the opposite of a slave owner, right? Or maybe FDR.
So I would love to go back there and have a beer with him.
Or George
Teddy
Washington.
Roosevelt.
Just say what's up to him.
His era that he lived in, that's when men were men. The emasculation of the modern male in this current society we live in is...
Oh yeah, we live in a society. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's go back in time to when real men roamed the earth. Yeah, let's. Hey, there's still plenty of real men out there, right? There's all these dudes, big, strong. Yeah, well, yeah, you can. There's still plenty of places for a masculine man to be masculine. Like this place right here. What is this place? Wait, hold on. Have we seen a single like female yet in this place? Even the kids were all boys. Where are the women at? See,
It's quite concerning. I have a daughter that's 14, and I want to know, is she going to wed a man that can still chop a tree down with an axe and kill a bear, should break into the house or change a tire on a car, right?
You ever see a
well, with the way things are going, sooner or later, they're not going to be any more bears. Sad to think. Sad, like, because of like society. We live in a society that devalues men. Men are valued for their. Now we have all these machines. As much of a need. That's the origins of the like crisis of society that we. Yeah, back in these days, like these strong men hailed as heroes, national heroes. Now, what, what have we seen of this? Strongman couple. Still plenty of crowds, but not nearly.
Grown man that can't swing an axe or a sledgehammer. It's
embarrassing.
it's
It's
pitiful.
embarrassing.
It really is. I'm sorry, but like
What about coding?
coding.
Yeah, what about like different hustles now, like computer coding, where you technically make more money, but you're physically weaker?
Why isn't there time for both? You're telling me this guy spends 20 hours a day at the computer screen, and he's
I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he's grinding. Maybe he's just like writing code all day, just like working harder than all the other coders. Like write the best code. I mean, in a way, that's masculine, right? Because like he's not working on his body, because like he doesn't have time for that. Putting all his time into this one thing, way, like a very masculine.
he sleeps for 4? No, he does not. Stop this nonsense.
Cash App is...
Yeah, that's way too intense. You gotta get your sleep. You gotta get at least like, or you'll crash sooner.
In my opinion, the world's strongest app. Beyond being an excellent peer-to-peer money sending service, you can also, or the Google Play Store if you're a new user. Terms
I'm
apply.
more of a
Cash
Venmo
App.
guy.
It
but
rules.
Who's the world's strongest man right now?
His name's Tom Stolman.
Tom Stoltman.
Stoltzman. He weighs in at about 417 pounds. He has a big brother called Luke, who you might have met.
Your little brother is currently the strongest man in the world.
Yeah, my little brother is stronger than me. The kind of inspiring thing, I think, with Thomas, he grew up with autism as well, so, you know, he's gone through all that adversity. He's kind of putting autism awareness on the map, you know, and, you know, it kind of breaks the stigma, breaks the stereotypes for people with autism, so I think...
yes, yeah, autists, the big buff dude.
I think we all look up to Tom.
That's the last version for all autists. As a fellow autist, I say autist, proving all the haters wrong. Yeah, everyone always says autists can't be strong. Yeah, you're breaking that glass seal, literally, probably shatter glass very.
Just because he's taller than us, but because of what he's done and achieved, you know, with that kind of, you know, that.
Look at all these bulging chests. You telling me this isn't? Oh, hey, that's a hot thong right there.
But there's all walks of life here. That's the amazing thing. Crikey, you see that fellow with the beard you were talking to earlier, who seemed to have a kind of slow drawl about him? Yeah. He's actually a mathematical physicist.
Obviously, you need to be physically strong.
Mathematical physicist. Experimental physicist.
But you do need to be mentally strong as well. It's half the battle is telling yourself that you can do things that you can't, you know, that you wouldn't normally be able to do. I love to be able to test myself and try and do things that other people can't do. I actually went through a 4-month period where I ate 4 steaks a day, 4 ribeye steaks a day every day.
What's your favorite food?
Steak. I'd have it medium. I'd have ribeye medium. When I fill it, I'd have that. So, and yeah, sirloin and rub would be somewhere between the two.
Like, yeah, no surprise that the guy's favorite food is steak. 4 steaks. Or at least he was for a while. Yeah, I mean, steak is good, but like, if you eat too much red meat, that's bad for you. Doesn't it doesn't like part of it like build up in your gut? Yeah, it's good if you're like building muscle. I mean, maybe if you're like lifting weight, get all good.
Most ladies like that man is strong, because the most important from ladies, what they tell, that man should be strong and they feel safer.
How can I become strong?
That's another thing. With like the crisis of masculinity. Women needed strong men to protect them, right? But now that we live in like a safer world, then there isn't a need for protect other bad men. Of course, like there's like distrust in society, but women don't. They're worried that I'm going to need protection from the in my life, and in my life, actually me. I'm trying to be one of the good men. I really am. That's hard. I mean. Hard to find a place. What kind of job do you think? I mean, maybe if you're doing manual labor, there's need. maybe like the world, right? And like society is sort of collapsing. How that goes. If society then weak men cycle, tough times. Only the strong men. Sort of like a right-wing talking point, but I think there's something to it, right? We'll see. We'll see if things continue to get worse. Fortunately, I think things will get worse. Always darkest before dawn. Hang in there together.
Yes, it's possible. Everything is possible.
If you could lift any object, what object would it be?
Does the world count as one?
You can't lift up the world because you're
It's more than it's more than just one.
on the world. It'd be kind of hard.
Yeah, how do you lift the world unless you're like standing on a bigger world? What's one object I would want to lift? I would want to lift bar.
A building.
Any building in particular?
Empire State
The White
Building.
House.
White House. Yeah.
That'd be a sick ass power lift.
The power lift,
I gotta
yeah.
say, being here is a bit.
Yeah, just lift up the White House. Just flex on the, or just lift up the Capitol building. Yeah, that's the next. That'll be the next January 6th. Yeah, just like one strong buff guy. Just, oi, bro, this is fucking ours again. Thought that you won this Revolutionary War, but we're taking it all back for England, bro, for the fucking Queen.
Nostalgic because the last time that I stood in front of the California State Capitol was 3 weeks after the official announcement of the national lockdown for COVID-19.
Everybody cough in my face. Do it. Somebody come cough in my face. Yes.
A lot of good.
Oh wow, that was that's a real bit. Right after COVID-19 lockdown was so long ago. Time was funny. Felt like a long time while you're in it, but like all the days just.
Good memories right here in front of this California Capitol.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Andrew Callahan, and I have some great news for you.
Thank you, Anna.
Starting on November 3rd, we're going to be going on a 45-city Channel 5 live tour to almost every major metropolitan area in this great nation.
Ooh.
We're going to have.
Wait, he's going to Brooklyn and New York. I guess that means Manhattan. I'll see what the ticket prices are. They'll probably be high.
Have a live Q&A. We're going to hire magicians and battle rappers to open each act.
Battle rappers. Oh,
We're
shit.
also going to screen never-before-seen scenes from our upcoming movie with A24 and HBO.
Oh shit, it's a
Tickets
movie?
are on sale right now.
HBO
so if you want to buy
movie.
tickets to
Oh,
Channel
you
5
know.
Live, click the link in the description below. I think it's like channel5.news/live-tour, something like that. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, there'll be a link.
Hope to see you guys there.
Well, yeah, that was Andrew, and I'll see you in December, probably, maybe. Now, Ethan Klein has gone. Jail. Ye reveals people. On me, the argument that because he's already a real picture. Did he actually have this?
never even have met. Because we met at the Holocaust Museum thanks to all the roasting of Jews. So if you, God bless you. You know what I mean? I can't personally say Hitler was wrong.
Oh.
I can't personally say that because I know it
sounds
sounds bad, but we met because Hitler was right. Hitler didn't. Okay, let me rephrase.
No, I can't.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that I get it. No, that's not what. And if it wasn't for all the Jew roast.
Okay, so yeah, Ethan has a tendency to make a lot of edgy jokes. That a lot of honestly like jokes. Be so great. I mean, he could have worded in this. He could have worded a lot better. Yeah, I think not really a fan of his sense of humor. Unfortunately, he makes some funny jokes. He makes jokes. I mean, he makes some jokes. But all his just says things for like the shock value. Yeah, he doesn't word his joke like, oh shit, I wish like the NRA when talking about the NRA convention, like somebody should go bomb that building. And he immediately says, "And that's out of line." I mean, I get what he's trying to say, but like he just like does not do it. What I would have said is like, "Ooh, it would be funny if someone like did a mass shooting in the NRA because that's sort of a case of their own medicine. They think that like, oh, everyone has a right to carry, but once they're the ones who are getting shot at, then maybe they might change their. That would have been a better thing. That would have been what I would have said theoretically. But like saying like someone should bomb the. That's literally just like saying like, oh, we should just go kill these people. It's not even like. It's not even like clever or anything. Not like profound, right? Yeah, Ethan gotta get better. Gotta like work. Gotta like refine it a little bit. Because the not playing that. I don't want to see what people are saying. What's the me? Yeah, please take me first. Oh, bro, appreciate the sacrifice. Like the next Ethan Klein. I'm not gonna say what is Ethan saying with this? A going DEFCON saying things. Oh yeah, so yeah, the big anti-Semitism. This Ben Shapiro like defended like then then uses it. make dark jokes, make surprise when people take offense, when offense is clearly intended, own it or apologize for it, nothing where you pretend it's wrong. Guys arguing with me, an idiot. What? What? At what point is Mark Brandon is trying? Record is borderline bad. Maybe okay for Ethan. Gas and oh, in my opinion, any non-Jew thing weird. Yeah, I think Jew itself, so it's a joke about Jew right? Because like, Jewish. Not like the N word. You're you grown. Okay, so Line just got off YouTube 7 days for saying spicy stuff about Ben Shapiro platforming of anti-Semites. You know, coming theoretical coming home. Basically, Ethan Klein about Ben Shapiro. I hope that one of the first to go in the Holocaust, helping to. The idea is that it's irony. It would be very ironic of him to be the victim of this horrible event. Is helping. In reality, Ben Shapiro himself one of the good Jews. So, if anything, he would be on the side of the people doing the next theory, what the next Holocaust is going to look like. Yeah, things are sort of coming ahead in America. The right wing on the rise and dangerous rhetoric, violence. So, I guess it's right of Ethan all out Ben Shapiro platforming. Yeah, And all I did was point out that Ben Shapiro and friends are the platforming. Yeah, it would be a nice bit of irony if Ben Shapiro was a victim of this right wing, because Ben Shapiro has gone against far right, but only in they are anti. Because Ben Shapiro, like, at the end of the day, he is not totally sure, does I think have like some strong feeling about his like Jewish identity, whatnot. He does believe a lot of the shit he says. Fortunately, there are just a lot. But where was I going? Right. Ben Shapiro has gone against the alt-right in as they are anti-Semitic. But Ben Shapiro ultimately does not have a problem with like far-right, like fascist ideologies, as long as they're not explicitly anti-Semitic, I guess. Right? I mean, Ben Shapiro is like alt-light, as in he's like a gateway radical right wing, further right. He says some like, things that are like palatable, but sort of like move, sort of like red pill people, preparing them to take the black pill. So that's what, whether he knows that what he's doing or not is a different. I think he probably thinks that he's just a regular. He doesn't think that he's like, enabling like far right. I do believe that is like what that's the effect that he's having. Kind of like Jordan Peterson, always just talking about men's issues and how men are struggling to, but he does speak to a far right audience as well. That's the thing. He says could be like as far right or just like a regular. I would say it's a dog whistle. So Ben Shapiro is sort of enabling these far right movements that will Ben Shapiro is sort of enabling these far right movements that probably will like eventually for government in some form or another. I mean, we'll see how the elections go. Midterms are in just a few weeks. Then there's 2024. That'll be a lot of things can change, but right wing is on the rise right now, and ultimately they got to play nice. Right now they are on sort of equal footing with the left. So like they can't be totally maxed off right now. They got to pretend like, right? They got to pretend to excise the ones in their groups that are like explicitly racist. Got to say, oh no, that's we're against racism. But I disavow. But we all know. They either don't care about the racism, think it's like, oh, not a big deal, or they secretly. So I think like as the right wing powerful, fingers crossed they don't. We don't know for sure that, but if they take over, then they're going to be much more mad, and they're going to start turning on these groups that they've used to gain power. Right? Like a lot of Latinos have been sort of into, right? They're like starting to be in coalition, right? There are some Hispanics that are like partly white, Hispanics that aren't, but they are very conservative, like socially, fiscally conservative, fit in with like all the other conservatives. Oh, we're all part of the same friends, but down, they will never accept you. If you're non-white, if you're Jewish, they will never fully accept you. You're always going to be an outsider. You're always going to be lesser than. You're always going to be like a lesser breed of, right? You'll always find a way to, because ultimately, like, right-wing ideologies an enemy. They always need to fight against. And who knows, like, who will win the culture war, if any side will ever. But if the right-wing, left-wing, I don't know, just like shuts up or like fucking die, and there's predominantly right-wing people, but then they're going to have to out the big enemy of the left, and they're going to have to non-white people, Jews. And unfortunately, people like Ben Shapiro popularized talking point, probably be the last one, but he's gonna, would be him getting what he deserves of this. And so the next thing is that Ben Shapiro doesn't really care about anti-Semitism or anti-Semitism accusations of weapon fine, or like anyone who criticizes Israel. Yeah, Ben Shapiro famously said there are good Jews and there are bad Jews. As in bad Jews, any Jews that hurts, like, as a whole, criticize Israel, trouble shit. And Ben Shapiro says, unfortunately, a lot of American Jews are these so-called bad Jews, and the bad Jews vote Democrat. You could say that is anti-Semitic itself, right? Like, the idea that there is such a thing as a bad, literally saying I'm one of the good ones, says that, right? Saying, oh, there are plenty of bad Jews. I know that most Jews are bad, but hey, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good Jews. It's literally like an uncle, being an Uncle Tom of Jewish people, right? He's like the Jesse Lee Peters of Jewish people, because JLP is like, oh yeah, I know most black people are bad, but hey, I'm on your side, man. Amazing. Yeah, I wonder what JLP do once he actually effects of his. Oh, and he was outed as gay, wasn't he? Thought about that. Yeah, he probably knows all about that since closeted gay the whole time. So Ben Shapiro called Nathan Klein and a lot of other bad Jews criticizing Israel, if like any Jew not like totally on board with maximizing the well-being of Jew is like a bad Jew. Like it, like you can't like call out or bad stuff. That's bad for Jewish people. Good for everyone. Good for the Palestinians. Declared bad Jews. Hosts Candace said some weird stuff. Hitler just yeah, Hitler would have been fine as long as he didn't like do any of that military imperialism. Yeah. Ben Shapiro is constantly excusing actual Ben, who is desperate to be accepted by his Christian nationalist white, only be and sadly for him. Yeah, all these non-white Jews, or actually like non-straight, non-cishet people, are like all useful. Like Christian Walker types, right? Like you know about Christian Walker, right? Herschel Walker. Well, good. Fortunately for him, he is actually like standing up, um, by calling out dad, right? Or like all the shit that he's done. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, he's gonna tank his dad's chance at race. I mean, he should not win. He should not even be close to win. Such a dumb guy. But unfortunately, yeah. So conservatives or white national, Christian white national, will use all these minorities, Latinos, blacks, Jews, use they'll they'll use the ones that are willing. Oh, you'll be part of the. Don't you want to be part of like the real American? Um, one of people or on the winning team. Yeah, if you just say these things, Justin, we'll accept you. We'll have barbecues with you. You'll be able to share in our. Just using you. Once they get on top, they'll throw you away, discard you. Once they're done with you, they don't actually take care. They wouldn't. Reporting me or white Christian national talk about image people revel in the fact that YouTube is so quick to add faith in outrage. They are currently the greatest beneficiaries of cancel politics and outrage. Incredible that they party of free and lobbying for my platforming them and defend cancel. Okay, so cancel culture is a tricky term. Because like everybody is okay with canceling as long as it's like nobody is totally against nobody is against like canceling everybody. Everybody has someone that they would power to do. But sometimes it's taken too far where like when cancel culture is weaponized, cancel people like disagreeing with you or political enemy. I think that's what's happening with Ethan. Again, the joke that he made was pretty bad, but I think like guys are jumping on to cancel him, dogpile him, and hurt his shit. Just like it's funny, like a lot of conservatives are victim or like, oh, cancel culture mob is gonna come for you one day. A lot of canceling does go out of hand. I was canceled just for like criticizing like feminist icons, right? For my lesson. Don't gotta stay quiet about that. But this time it was like the right wing was weaponized back left wing. Not exactly like cancel culture. Unlike me who hundreds of thousands of hours, that's a lot of hours, actively fighting to strengthen our first lawsuit against Matt Haas has been published on copyright.gov as a case fair use and is often cited. That's cool. Yeah, that is like pro free. Current lawsuits with Brian Kavanaugh seek to claim I will not back down or be silenced. Bad faith. Make no apology, as Ben Shapiro says. Facts don't care about. Again, humbly request that all characters and all fans left my time. You gotta do yourself like that, man. So, Incline is sort of pro cancel culture and pro canceling like bad people. Ben Shapiro. I've heard that like Ethan subreddit does subs, but honestly, like depending on who, I think Ethan Klein was himself was canceled by like the left wing, at least a few, right? And he used to be not as left wing as after he became like a super lib, was canceled by like gays, talking about the of like, oh, I can tell that you're a guy. Oh, like, and like, I think he was like just asking questions. Oh, what do you gay guys do? How do you decide like who? So I don't think Ethan cancel classics firm. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You celebrated Andrew Tate being deplatformed. How are you not like? Okay, well, Andrew Tate deserved to be deplatformed. Mine didn't. That's the difference here, right? Tate said like so much off, right? Misogyny. Like deep. You just want immunity platforms. Guideline violation. I mean, did he do advocating deplatforming for else? Don't worry, you have. Oh, she'll permaban you. Okay, so I think they're talking about like they're talking about when they say platform. Oh no. They're saying that Ethan the race card now because he's saying like, oh, I can make edgy jokes about the. That's definitely anti. And these are the people who think here is one of the good Jews. You know, we got to fight against the bad Jews. Even if they're a fan of a Jewish guy, still be that Jewish guy is of Jews, right? Like, I imagine a lot of like Jesse Lee is or was as an audience. I imagine a lot of them were like anti-black, right? Said a lot of like racist shit. Ben Shapiro doesn't get a pass on it because he's Jewish. And in fact, you could say he's weaponizing his Jewishness to like criticize other Jews or be like very right wing and speak on Jewish issues, Israel, Palestine. So you're anti-Semitic. I get to call you anti-Semitic. I'm a Jew. Then platforms. Good Jews, but I think like anti-Semitic continue to rise. Who knows where like what sort of horrible anti-Semitic lot of shit. Just going DEFCON 3 on all these weird shit. Control the media, they control Hollywood, they control the music industry, they control the industry. Hopefully, he will platform off in maybe Twitter. But he's pushing a lot of anti-Semitic. See, like, if he stops, like, if he learns a lesson and be like, oh, this isn't actually not good for. Kanye was wants to build his own mini called the ecosystem. That's pretty funny, actually. But, well, yeah, he's just going off his med. So, anti-Semitism will be on the rise. Ben Shapiro, as a Jew, as a very Jewish, will inevitably be the victim of some anti, one form or another. Then he's going to realize, oh, I've been platforming the wrong, or at least like, or at least he'll realize it. And I helped create this monster. Now the monster has a mind of its own and is attacking me. Kind of like how Trump supporters pro-vaccine. Maybe he won't be Holocausted. Say, I think he'll realize in one form or another. Yeah, I helped create this monster. I couldn't see it until I was the victim of the anti-Semitism. I helped and platform. So yeah, don't want him to be Holocausted. Don't want him to be killed. Just like saying that you know. Just saying that he should like experience helping create. Same people rallying to send you are the same people wanting culture and free. So what cancel culture is everybody is pro culture as long as they are a group, and against cancel culture. They're the one canceled. Of course they are. Of course they're against always being. Culture is a thing, and it is a problem, but sometimes you're not canceled. Sometimes like you're just like being deplatformed for. I'm not sure if that could be platforming today. Or I don't know if cancel culture per se. But I don't know if that should be called cancel culture per se, but and Ben Shapiro also like excused a lot of like the anti-Semitic crazy shit West said. Oh, Kanye West said some things that could be considered and interpreted as being, or it's like be like the most blatant anti-Semitism possibly. I don't know how you could be more anti-Semitic. Of course, Kanye also pulled the card saying, "Oh, I can't be anti-Semitic because black people are Jewish." Because like the black Israel, uh, saying like, which is funny because Kanye isn't even Jewish, but he's trying to play the card like, "Oh, I can't be anti-Semitic. I'm a Jew," but he's not even Jewish. So that's just a blatant using identity politics advantage, take advantage of your own identity, just like shield yourself from all. Ben Shapiro actually plays it successfully. Oh, you can't call me. I'm Jewish, but Kanye tries to do it, and it's like, dude, you're not even Jewish. You're black, not Jewish. So, Ben Shapiro is playing the kind of anti, but tolerates Kanye's blatant actual or like weaponized claims of anti attack his political. Anyway, I think like Eth edgy joke. Honestly, not really a fan of it. Not really such a fan of his style of joke. Like a lot of edgy like shock value stuff just to like shock people. Awful thing to say. Gosh, like I remember one joke he made that got him in trouble. This is some hot water. Uh, his comment about the NRA convention. Oh, someone go bomb. Then he immediately said, "Oh, that's a little too." But like, why do you gotta say that? Someone should just set off a bomb. Like, it's not even a joke, right? oh, I don't know. Not, but I think I think he's got to like refine his. I think he's got to find a way to be a little bit more clever about advocating for killing. I think a better thing to say at the NRA rant would be, "Oh, someone should go master NRA because guys don't care about master. They think like, oh, anyone should be." That's so like they should get a taste of their own. Be once they're the ones who are being shot at, they're the victims of. They are. They are settling. Then maybe they'll realize what they're. That would have been better. That would have just made more sense than like, oh, we should just bomb here. That's just like not even funny. Because oh, pro gun people victims of mass shooting would be similar to what Ethan did with Ben, saying, "Oh, be the victim of the anti platform." Ethan is learning. Maybe he is trying to be better, like being better, but who knows? Maybe he's learning. I guess his attacking bench is better. Bombing. I was surprised when he said bomb. Someone should bomb the NRA instead of like someone should go shoot up the NRA. Oh, that's such an obvious thing to say. Like, oh, someone should go victim of gun. That would have been sense. Up here is a good example of the
about approximately 80 years ago, me and Ela would have never
edgy
even
jokes.
have met because we met at the Holocaust Museum.
One of these
thanks
edgy
to all
jokes
the
that-
roasting of Jews. So if you, I mean, God bless you.
I think this is
you know
before
what I mean?
he
I
became,
can't
like, a
personally
super
say
liberal.
Hitler was wrong.
And
I can't personally say
Hila's
that
like,
because
I
I know it sounds bad, but we met because Hitler was right. Hitler didn't.
No,
Okay,
he
let
said,
me
he
rephrase.
said Hitler's right. No, that's not what you said.
I'm just saying. All I'm
Just
saying
saying.
is that I get it.
What do
No,
you
that's
get?
not what. And if it was,
Yeah, even then he's like, no, that's not what I mean. It's like Hitler was right. No, it's not. I don't mean Hitler was right. I'm just saying like he was right to do that. Like he immediately has to like walk back the statements. Like
I can't personally say that because I know it sounds bad, but we met because Hitler was right. Hitler didn't. Okay, let me rephrase.
he's like, oh, let me rephrase. Like, oh, I didn't mean that. Oh, I didn't really mean. Yeah, you gotta think through things before you say. Especially like the crazy shit that you say. Like if you feel that you're about to say something like, oh, Hitler was right, you got to like process that. You gotta like think about things like, oh, that should like set off an alarm in your head. Like, oh wait, I'm about to say some really stupid shit that's gonna be out of context. Yeah, even with like the bombing the NRA, he was like immediately like, no, that's too far. I shouldn't say that. Okay, like it's one thing if you're just like some dumbass. You're like a one Andy, like I am. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Very little. But Ethan Klein, you have a huge platform. You have like, or at least hearing about. Millions of people hear about this. Say it. Gotta be a little more careful. About like, oh, is this shit gonna get me platform? This as an platform. Here's the classic Ben Shapiro. Oof. 820. Not a banger. Ooh, it's in 11. Yeah. Bad juice. Oh, and this is hours ago. A lot of anyways. Ethan, oh, that's not okay for him about it. Like, if he's a non-Jew saying such a weird, that's borderline but okay. I think it's open season for gas. Gets he's again. Anyways. Patience. Just X. Use the elf. Good. Against those. the when is anti-Semitic? Tolerate. Facade. The one word. Covering the facade is stop accept. Own. Listen to another. Out from the pausing. Ever. Think. the mascot. I saw something. Dark Brandon is trending. Hell yeah. I never have a reaction. Reaction to Steve Bannon news. Dark Brandon. I had never have a reaction to Steve Bannon.
I never heard a reaction to Steve Bannon.
I never have a reaction to Steve Bannon. That's great. I never have a reaction. Oh wow. New Dark Brandon pick just dropped. Heck. That's yeah, and the beard too. Beard. Oh, this is no one. The malarkey will end. This is the one that got some ad because apparently this is like the cool. Yeah, I think Donald Trump Jr. retweeted this. Oh, so now Brandon is literally a Nazi, huh? And it's like, since when are you offended by Nazis? fascist. Dark Brand. Biden gotta grow out his beard. The ice cream back. America is done. Time for revolution of the based Poland. But when? Brandon. Dark Brandon is attack. The IRS has made inflation adjustments which could push many lower tax bracket. Reduce tax bills. Nice. Adjustments. You're earning less. Earning less. Brandon is always watching. The circle of the government stopped Elon from overpaying for U.S. government and national security review must support for bill acquisition. If it happens, Biden could. Thank you, Dark Brandon. His darkness embraces us. If Biden killed the deal, literally everybody would be happy, except for the owners of Twitter. I guess like the stock shareholders of Twitter. Stuff is like payout. Literally everyone would be happy. Elon doesn't want to buy Twitter. Trying to back out of the deal ever since. Find it, right? Twitter staff will be happy because they're not going to be dead. I guess the Musk, yeah, the Musk stands with they deserve. Yeah, they know how to hold a grudge and never like. I guess all the right wingers wanted Elon. They can like, I don't know, so they can say the end it ends, but I don't know, like Elon made a fool of himself after he buy it, and Dark Brandon fires
relief loans forgiven.
Taking down
attacking
me, hundreds of thousands
working class and middle class Americans. My team at the White House posted a video of this, folks, online. You should check it out. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she and her husband got $180,000 in business loans forgiven from the PPP program. She said it's completely unfair for us to forgive student loans for working and middle class Americans. Representative Vern Buchanan of Florida said our plan was reckless. Guess how much he got in that program? Forgiven. $2,300,000. This is not a joke. You can't make this stuff up. Republican governors wrote me a letter saying this relief only helps the elite few. Y'all know you're the elite few? I knew you were really special, but know you're the elite few. I'm serious.
Wait.
Ted Cruz, the great senator from Texas, he said it's for slackers, quote, slackers who don't deserve relief. Who in the hell do they think they are?
Oh yeah.
But I want to hear it from MAGA Republicans, officials who had hundreds of thousands of dollars
Who the hell
in
do
debt,
you think you are,
even millions
Jack?
of dollars in pandemic relief loans forgiven, who now are attacking me for helping working class and middle class Americans. My team at the White House posted a video of this, folks, online. You should check it out.
A video.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she and her husband got $180,000 in business loans forgiven from the PPP program. She said it's completely unfair for us to forgive student loans for working and middle class Americans. Representative Vern Buchanan of Florida said our plan was reckless. Guess how much he got in that program? Forgiven. $2,300,000. This is not a joke. Can't make this stuff up.
Can't make this stuff up, Jack. I like this one. I want to see Biden in prison. Why does Donald think I'd visit him? I got it. I want to see Biden while I'm in. That Trump still isn't in prison, but you know that might change. Might just be forced to flee the country, right? I mean, that would be ideal for everyone, right? He can go spend the rest of his days in Russia, getting pissed on by Russian. One in America will have to hear. It'll be good, even for his supporters. It will be. They can finally like start being like relatively. Dark Brandon was made by Trump supporters and literally Adolf Hitler. Yeah, well, yeah, we took it from you and made it something. Yeah, they're complaining about student loan debt after getting therapy. Who the hell do you think you are, Jack? Hey, come on, man. Oh, it's Femboy Friday. I keep forgetting how to tweet Femboy. Here's my Twitter account. Dark Brandon going on Mount Rushmore. Yeah, he's gonna be the fifth face up there. And that mountain's already defaced enough. Faces. Yeah, it should be defaced. As in, the faces should be removed. Yeah, that's the only defacing that. Wait, was the deficit lowered by 1 point? About that. If anyone else wants to read your plan, take care on the JoeBiden.com. Scott was like, he thought he had a gotcha question to you. Oh, Peter Ducey, this dumbass, thinks he's all so smart. Not domestic issue, inflation or abortion. They're all important on you. So there's no one thing we ought to be able to fucking choose on with this. Yeah, there's no one top domestic. I mean, right now Biden's top issue is you.
Domestic issue, inflation or abortion.
All important. Unlike you, there's no one thing. It crosses the board. Domestic, ask me about foreign policy too. There's multiple issues, and they're all important. And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression. Thank you.
What did he yell?
And they're all important. And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Top domestic issue, inflation or abortion.
All important. Unlike you, there's no one thing.
It crosses the board. All important.
Domestic,
unlike you.
Ask me about foreign policy too. There's multiple issues, and they're all important. And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression. Thank you.
Especially.
Top domestic issue.
There doesn't have to be one top issue. U.S. factories see return jobs. 7,000 more workers. Democrats work to build the economy and create jobs, inflation. Is inflation temporary? Wait. Yeah, if we lose. I have never have a reaction to see. That's a appropriate response. Why would you have a reaction, Bannon? If you get to react, if he gets you to.
May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you.
Force be with you. Where's that, all these dark brands. Half sin. Oh no, show me. Malarkey will. Jack. My ass is. Alright, should I? Public hand. They are about to fuck. Yeah, they fucked around and now they finna find out. Boom. Oh yeah. Dark Brandon strikes again. Can't wait to see what secrets Dark Brandon has in store for the midterm elections. It's October 1st to 2nd. I'm still hoping for a big October surprise, right? To boost Democrats like terms. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. Come on, Brandon. You got one more trick up your sleeve. I know it. I know you can. There's something you can do. Come on, man. Give me a break. Come on, man. Break. I'm just the president over here. He'll like immediately just make the economy. Joe Biden is just going to delete inflation. He's just going to erase all the inflation. Happen, bring the U.S. dollar back to 20. That's what he's going to solve the economy, fix all of the. Oh yeah. Next. Alright, so
it's time to get those gains. So next time you lift your personal record, how about you try lifting your fellow workers too? The new Himbo fitness line from Hassan Piker is all union made here in America. The cotton's grown here, the fabric's sewn here, and the workers are getting the pay and the benefits they deserve. You got your tank top, t-shirts, shorts, or crew neck, For your next set, rest easy knowing you're carrying the weight of this nation on your back. So don't worry. If you're not in the gym getting your pump, you'll still be pumping up the U.S. economy. We're not saying it'll make you stronger, but damn if it won't make you look good. Workers making gains while you chase yours. Himbo Fitness. Strengthen your mind, strengthen your body, strengthen your nation. Now available at Ideology. It's more than merch. It's apparel. And it's the way apparel should be.
Woke up early this morning and I went over to Leftovers and I shot Leftovers, and you guys won't be able to see the episode if you weren't watching live. And the reason for that is because it's been taken down. They came after our boy, came after Ethan for saying things that were definitely, you know, a little spicy, a spicy facility. He went real full spice, okay? He went spicy facility with it, and of course he caught a strike because conservatives love outrage. So here we are. Listen, he just said some shit about Ben Shapiro that conservatives are complaining about and crying about, because he said Ben Shapiro, who will be responsible for the next Holocaust, he just said he hopes he goes first in it, okay? And of course that understandably was weaponized by conservatives. Of course it was going to be weaponized by conservatives. I don't know what he was thinking. Oh my God, Ben Shapiro did a video on Ethan. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh no. It's only 3 minutes long.
A guy who apparently is a YouTuber and gamer of some sort. I'll admit, I have not followed his work at all because, frankly, it doesn't seem particularly noteworthy. He's a YouTube star, apparently named Ethan Klein. Okay? And he apparently has some problems with me that culminated in him suggesting that if there's another Holocaust, I should be the first to go. Which, last I checked, is the sort of thing that gets you kicked off of YouTube if you are a right-winger, but apparently he's a big...
Well, it did get him kicked off of YouTube, so, you know, you got it. You got it, Ben. He's trying hard to pretend. He might not actually know. I mean, he is a
left-winger, so that's totally fine. There is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets gassed first.
Well, that's nice. See, I have a rule, General.
I mean, you gotta clip it out of context. Not totally out of context.
Which thing? I don't want people killed in the Holocaust.
Yeah, unless they're Palestinian, in which case, then that's fine. He hates cancel culture, Ben. Unless it's, you know, someone who he does not consider to be an ideological ally.
Like, if another Holocaust happens, despite the fact that Ethan Klein seems like a rather unpleasant human being, I would hope that both he and his family would escape. It seems like also worth noting here that Ethan Klein, who is chuckling about the Holocaust there, he seems particularly fond of Hamas, which is an actual genocidal terrorist. in the Middle East.
Dude, come on, bro. Come on, bro. There it is. There it is. There it is, dude. I've said this time and time again. You could be as anti-Semitic as you want, as long as you sit there and say, Israel is so sick. I love Israel. It's my favorite country. They've never done any wrong. Ben will defend you. He has. He's defended Ann Coulter. I told you, that's the only thing he cares about. He's like, nope, that's fine. Straight up, dude. Straight up. He loves Hamas. That's why he said it. He wants the Holocaust to happen because he loves Hamas. He wants to hug and kiss Hamas.
In 2021, he actually lied about the state of Israel and Hamas and basically soft-pedaled Hamas's terrorism. He said, Israeli.
That's not even true. We had a conversation earlier today on the Leftovers podcast, which unfortunately you will not have access to because Ethan took it down and then got suspended, so he won't even be able to upload it. Ethan is now suspended for a week because the immediate reaction campaign, the manufactured outrage from literally everyone that was defending Kanye West, or basically turning a blind eye to the anti-Semitism expressed by Kanye West, decided, oh shit, we care about anti-Semitism, and decided that Ethan Klein, who is Jewish and literally has an Israeli citizenship, and his wife in Israel, was actually not trying to make a broader point about how Ben Shapiro and Ben Shapiro's allies are unironically agitating for things like the Holocaust.
The government is making me sick. This is in the middle of the Gaza war, started by Hamas, in which they were firing literally hundreds of rockets into this.
Ridiculous. It was yet another Israeli campaign into Gaza as they were mowing the grass, as they call it.
Center of Israel. Even if Hamas is operating out of a civilian building, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. So as a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes.
Literally, the fucking lightest criticism you can apply to Israel, like bombing the living shit out of one of the areas with the highest population density, with like the average is like 14. Kids have PTSD. Israel bombs the Associated Press Al Jazeera building. And then, like, you criticize it even a little bit, okay? It doesn't matter if you're Israeli, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish. Literally, you criticize it a little bit, Ben Shapiro will come for you. He just turns around and makes that seem like that's not a big deal, that's not a problem, that's nothing. Holy fuck. Meanwhile, he is Candace Owens' boss and considers Candace Owens' defense of Kanye West's anti-Semitism to be a simple matter of disagreement. Just a little bit of a disagreement. It's not a big deal. Why does it...
Radically disagrees with incoherent. On the record is bipolar disorder. Oh yeah, he's just going through. Yeah, just not actually.
He come for you? He's come for me before. He called me describing the IDF kettle and corral tactics that they taught the American police force after 9/11 to be blood libel, which of course, is well documented, I guess, blood libel. He compared it to straight up blood libel. Lies told by Jewish people to justify pogroms. That's what he compared it to. Anyway, stop defending it, man, says the youngest BB boomer. No, I said exactly what I said earlier, which is that Ethan's sentiment was problematic. It was aggressive, and it was going to get clipped out, and people were going to fucking shit on Ethan for it. Of course. Not only that, but I also mentioned to Ethan earlier today that having heated moments like that undermines the overarching message that you're trying to put together, because people are going to literally use that against you. They're going to weaponize it. And I'm saying this because this happens to me all the fucking time, every single day. There's a better way to word certain things, and sometimes you get fucking mad. These guys are very easily looking for any way to deflect away from the anti-Semitism conversation. They have been caught. Kanye West is their main champion now, and he's saying a bunch of insane anti-Semitic nonsense. So how do you shift attention away from that? You shift it away to anyone and everyone that you can call anti-Semitic. That's precisely why they did that.
Peace and peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They're shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop.
Bro, he's more mad. Dude, this is so funny. He's literally more mad about Ethan's statements that are, like, I would say, on the lighter side with respect to criticizing Israel. He's more mad about that than Ethan saying what he said about the Holocaust, even though his overarching point was that, like, Ben is going to be responsible for the next one. That's fucking hilarious. Like, he says, Ethan Klein, I wish the bombings in Gaza would stop. Ben Shapiro, this is literally a pogrom. This is the worst thing that Ethan Klein could have ever said. Significantly worse. It's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Ethan Klein, Palestinians are human beings. Ben Shapiro, do you see this? Do you see this? I cannot believe how unbelievably anti-Semitic this bad Jew is. Because that's what he's saying. Ben is saying that Ethan Klein is a bad Jew. Ben has said that there are such things as bad Jews. He has said it time and time again. He calls anyone and everyone, I mean, this is his sentiment about, obviously, Arabs, Palestinians in general, okay? Hashtag settlements rock. Also, on top of that, he has literally time and time again said there are such things as bad Jews. Anyone who does not subscribe to Ben Shapiro's monolithic approach to defending Israel unconditionally, regardless of how violent and how inhumane its treatment of Palestinians could be, if you criticize it, you're a bad Jew. That's what Ethan says. I know this tweet is also blocked in France and Germany, by the way, because, you know, it is a horrible thing that he said. Ben Shapiro, who was happy to perform a purity test on me and declare me a bad Jew for criticizing Israel, host Candace Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again. Owens on his website, The Daily Wire. He's constantly excusing, enabling, and platforming real anti-Semitism. The joke that I made I was suspended for simply points at the Ben, who is desperate to be accepted by his Christian nationalist friends as white, will only ever be seen by them as a useful idiot, and sadly for him, a Jew. The people reporting me, except Ben, are tiki torch-carrying white Christian nationalists. They do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism or Jewish people. They revel in the fact that YouTube and other institutions are so quick to act on bad faith and malicious outrage. It's true. This stuff is true. They're currently the greatest beneficiaries of cancel culture, identity politics, and moral outrage. It's incredible that they've become the party of free speech while decrying and lobbying for my deplatforming. They both condemn and defend cancel culture in the same breath. I, unlike many who would dismiss me as woke, have spent hundreds of thousands of hours actively fighting the strength of our First Amendment. Our first lawsuit against Matt Haas has been published on copyright.gov as a seminal case for fair use and is often cited in legal briefs. Our current lawsuit, Ryan Kavanaugh, seeks to accomplish the same. I will not back down or be silenced by bad faith provocateurs. I make no apologies. Ben Shapiro says facts don't care about your feelings if only he meant it. I, once again, humbly request that any and all naysayers, haters, detractors, and fallen fans alike suck my tiny Jewish dick. Thank you. So while I do think that personally, Ethan said something that like opens him up to a lot of criticism, it's coming from people like this. The Jewish people have always been plagued by bad Jews who undermine it from within. In America, those bad Jews largely vote Democrat. I've posted these a lot, but like he's pretty anti-Semitic himself, from gatekeeping the religion, using terms like globalist, using the bad Jew narrative, and so much more. Also, Netanyahu had previously downplayed Hitler's anti-Semitism, so has Candace Owens, to be fair to her. He's not Jewish in any real way. He's a militant at word, and her vagina should not be an electoral merit. I have no comment on the Jewish space laser. That, of course, is the first rule of Jewish space laser. The second is we don't roll on Shabbos. These are jokes, though. Like, these are things that Ben Shapiro is allowed to say. I'm sorry. Those are things that he's allowed to say. The Jewish people, this, on the other hand, is a bad faith fucking thing to say. This is a bad and anti-Semitic thing to say. What is this? Love the definitely not anti-Semitic audience Ben Shapiro has cultivated. Ain't it crazy how every time shit comes back to bite Ethan in the ass, he pulls out the race card? Starting to think Kanye might be onto something. Oh. Yeah. Starting to think, motherfucker, when have you not thought that? Like, let's be real. It's not Kanye that made you anti-Semitic, okay? You were already anti-Semitic. My next book will likely be about bad Jews, and the Jews in Hollywood play a prominent role.
The Jews in Hollywood.
They didn't give me a job.
Oh yeah, those bad Jews in Hollywood who didn't get.
When I wrote an incredible play and no one wanted to purchase it, that is why I became a white nationalist. Yeah. Anyway, so, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous.
Deserve to live a life free of fear. For all of the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember they're not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power. It's on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness to peace. So yeah, definitely soft pedaling and massaging Hamas in the middle of a war, while also chortling about which Jews should go first to the gas chambers. He seems like a really nice person, just generally a very nice person. I will, again, just repeat that no matter who you are, I hope that you don't die in a Holocaust. It seems like the baseline of basic...
Unless you're Palestinian, in which case, it's totally inadequate.
Human decency, but apparently not so much. Alrighty, guys, the rest of the show is continuing. Now you're not going to want to...
Okay, that's it? God damn, he gave him 3 minutes. He gave more to my fucking house, dog. Holy shit. He doesn't even give a fuck about what Ethan Klein said because he is aligned with people who say things like that on a daily basis about all Jews, not just Ben Shapiro. And it's not about Ben Shapiro's own culpability in the upcoming Holocaust / race war / whatever kind of fucking genocide these psychos, these right-wing nationalists, cook up. That's why he doesn't give a shit about what Ethan Klein said. He probably hears it from his own side regularly. In fairness, didn't he leave Breitbart because of anti-Semitism? He did, which of course is hilarious because it's very clear that he did leave Breitbart because of anti-Semitism. He didn't leave Breitbart because they had a black crime tag. Yeah, he did. You guys didn't know that? It's like the Onion article, why do these homosexuals keep sucking my dick? But for Ben Shapiro, it's like, why do all my allies keep fucking saying anti-Semitic shit? Why do all these white nationalist allies of mine keep saying shit about the Jews? What's going on? I don't get it. Yeah, here, this is it. Why do all these homosexuals keep sucking my cock?
Why do all these...
Ben Shapiro celebrating the literal Nazi mass murder and torture-led effort to capture Che Guevara is the least surprising thing ever. How Nazi butcher Klaus Barbie helped kill Che Guevara and unleash the global cocaine scourge. Listen, sometimes you ideologically align with these people. Communism is significantly worse. He's like the #1 target of anti-Semitic hate, larger than the right. I don't know how he justifies it. He's worth $140 million or something. I think you can shove the money in your ears and not hear it coming from literally your own audience. Let's be real. You shouldn't draw equivalencies between the settler violence and genocide in Palestine and the Holocaust. They aren't similar in many ways, and it's used to undermine and erase the Holocaust. Not drawing those equivalencies as being part of being pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist, and pro-Jew. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the same, and that is not my intention. No, that person is being genuine. You guys are being fucking silly. Okay, calm down. Instead of jumping down someone's throat, it's semantics for the most part. Let's be real. And I'm only using it in this respect because Ben's like, I would never want the Holocaust to happen to anyone. And I just added it on to the end part where I said, unless it's the Palestinians. But I see what the point is, what the perspective is. No, you can make Nazi comparisons, I think. Like, Nazi comparisons can be valid. But directly stating that it's exactly the same as the Holocaust is not. I understand that, which is not what I was saying. Oh, now you're anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic, but I am anti-semantics. That is true. I do get annoyed with semantics from time to time.
The nation, no, the world.
That's right.
Here
All
we
over
are.
the world, baby.
People are following us.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again.
Knows if leftovers is Hey, probably will, just to talk about the band, right? Dave Rubin's AOC. Watch that.
Today, we are going to talk about Republican troubles in Colorado. And it is a storyline straight out of South Park. So, in Colorado, the Republican nominee for Senate is a guy named O'Day. And he's a moderate, like legitimately kind of moderate. I think some qualifiers for that real quick. He's openly said that he's, supportive of same-sex marriage. He's supportive of most kinds of family planning. Like, this is not a guy who would support like a 6-week ban or anything like that. I want to say that he's good with everything up to 20 weeks or something like that. He's still a conservative, but not quite, just out there like a lot of the candidates the Republican Party is fielding are. This is a seat that the Republican Party really needs to flip if they want to take control of the Senate. They're putting a lot of effort into it. And this is a candidate that might actually be able to do it because he is kind of moderate. And in Colorado, Republicans need to get the entirety of their base and then pick up some unaffiliated voters if they want to stand a chance. And this is a person that could have done it. And then Trump showed up. Trump has basically instructed MAGA to not vote for him. This is a seat that Senate Republicans desperately need.
Wow, that's
and Trump has definitely spoke out against it, saying not to vote for him. O'Day is definitely not a Trumper. Has said that he would openly campaign for other people for the Republican nomination in 2024. Would campaign against Trump. He is trying to cast himself as very much not beholden to the Republican Party, but Trump very well may have just cost the Republican Party the seat.
I love him. I love Trump. He doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't care about anything but himself. No, he doesn't care. Does not care. Party. Don't eat bun.
With one of his little wannabe tweets, because his followers, he has sway over enough of them to make them vote for somebody else, and that's it. That'll be the end of it. I know people are wondering exactly what Trump said. MAGA doesn't vote for stupid people with big mouths.
Oh, they don't. That's
and that was said without irony. Like, you can't parody that. That's what was said.
That's literally
I
what
would
they
disagree.
Did. That's literally the only thing. Over stupid people with big mouths. Trump is the king of like big guys with big mouths. That's his whole shtick, right? That's his whole thing. Like, he's a stupid guy with a big. That's his appeal.
Agree with this statement. I mean, when you look at the Sedition Caucus, I mean, this is pretty much what they are. They're not incredibly bright people, but they talk really, really loud, so they get attention. I would. I have a lot of commentary about that statement, but he said that referencing O'Day, and if the MAGA faithful adhere to Trump's edict and they refuse to vote for him, that's it. His campaign's over. His campaign is over. Trump will have cost the Republican Party a seat.
All is for his own.
And then Trump has to worry about the flip side of that, which is one of the first rules of leadership is to never give an order that won't be obeyed. If people do vote for him, then all it does is show how weak that man is. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Once you give an order that won't be obeyed, then that order be refused, and then that opens the door to another order. Like, oh, maybe his authority is can be distant.
And then occasionally we're here to entertain, just like Dave Rubin, who is really, really funny. And how do you know?
He's hitting a stride as a comedian.
Things are really clicking on all cylinders. Here is AOC at I guess this is a
town hall.
She's having a town hall, and she's doing a little bit of like a classic New York voice. You know, like forget about it. You know, which some people may find charming, or some people may find nefarious. But here's Dave Rubin, who
he just opened the show with this.
He opens the show with it.
The cold open, the direct message.
Yeah.
From Dave.
The audience needs to see it.
The audience needs to see it. Like, well, maybe okay.
Yeah, he should play my Fonzie impression next.
Just before Tim Cool said AOC has betrayed her constituents when she tweeted out this video. So just imagine what you think AOC might do and how it might be.
Yeah, she's betraying her constituents. Here we go.
Oh
boy! Oh God!
He's you can hear her like inner Latino out like, "Hey, listen, okay." I don't want to do. Or like her sassy New York voice, maybe, or like, "Hey, come on, give me a break over here." Or like Italian, like it's like an Italian Hispanic blend. That's it. Like Italian code. Parentheses, New York.
I pause it for a second. So apparently the more LaRoucheites came out and were protesting, and she did like a New York, and it almost sounds like on some level she's doing an imitation of like her grandmother or somebody. Yeah. Like there's a little bit of like
her Latino grandmother, but also Italian. No, her Italian Latino. Like, hey, listen.
Like, you can hear a little bit of like New York, Puerto Rican character in there.
Also, like with the Italian, like New York Italian sassiness.
Which of course is a massive betrayal of those people who voted for her, who specifically said, don't do any imitations of like maybe your grandmother or your aunt as a congressperson. That would be beyond the pale.
That turned her district red right there.
Yeah.
It's just they all left the Democratic Party.
I'm just remembering the Tea Party protests against Obamacare, and I'll just say if Democrats were like mocking those protesters, I think we'd be in a better position today than being afraid of them.
Well, I got news for you. I was. But yes, go ahead.
Okay, listen. And I like to know the context of like why she's being held at. Yeah, like AOC appeals to like the most radical people, like the most radical progressive. And once she became a politician, she had to actually like, I have to actually work with people that like actually job on Capitol Hill. Very sobering reality. That like causes for. Oh, why aren't you? Right, can't do it. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want
Right about listed, okay, it's the Rubin Report. I'm Dave Rubin. Hello. How are you? It's October 20th, 2022.
Oh, God, wait a second. You got to pause, buddy, because I'm still laughing. I'm still laughing.
My eyes were closed. And wasn't that just AOC talking right there?
He thought it was so funny. That was good stuff. That was good stuff. Oh, wait a second. He'll explain why it's funny.
Right about listed, okay, it's the Rubin Report. I'm Dave Rubin.
He doesn't even do the
How are you? It's October 20th, 2022. I am Dave Rubin. This is the Rubin Report. We are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and Blaze TV. Subscribe if you have not. And that cold open there, that is AOC giving a little talk in her home district. And the protesters continue to show up. They don't like her very much. They think she's one of the key pieces leading us to this bizarro war in Ukraine. They've had it with cutting off kids' genitals. They don't like her general disposition.
Pause it for a second. Okay, so let's just be clear here. The bizarro war in Ukraine that we started by having Russia invade them.
That's the bizarre part, is it wasn't us that did the invasion.
That's pretty bizarro. And then cutting off kids' genitals.
Oh, he's leaning into that.
Oh, yeah, he's
full.
Got to get on that transphobia train because he's running so hard from his audience, having found out that he and his husband had children with surrogate moms. But continue. Here we go.
Apparently,
given this,
Dave Rubin is kind of like Uncle Tom for gay people, gay dude, right? Because it was like once they found out, like, oh, they're having he and his husband are having a surrogate child, that like triggered all of the anti-gay. I know it's weird, and I know that our family situation might not be ideal, but we're gonna try our best. But throwing your whole idea under the bus.
Situation.
She gave them exactly what they were. Hey there, you can. Her reign of terror is almost over. I'm telling you, she's got a chance to lose this election. She really does. We can get rid of these people. And what do I always tell you guys? The post-woke world, to get in it, it's not. We have to just map
Pause
it
for 1 second. We should also say that, and I would encourage somebody to do this because we're not going to do it. If you compile every prediction, electoral prediction that Dave Rubin has made over the past like 6 years, you will find that he was convinced something was happening out there, and people are leaving the Democratic Party in droves. This was in the run-up to the 2018 election, which had record turnout in the century for Democrats in an off-year election. It is possible that AOC could lose her election in the sense that she's participating in an election. And
it's within the realm of possibilities, potentially.
The likelihood of Republican voters voting against her because of these LaRouche protesters, I would say, is pretty small.
Yeah.
But her reign of terror is almost over. And of course, but listen to what he wants to go back to.
Yeah, this is like his political utopia.
Yeah.
Her reign of terror is almost over. I'm telling you, she's got a chance to lose this election. She really does. We can get rid of these people. And what do I always tell you guys? The post-woke world, to get it, it's not. We have to just map what it would look like to really be beyond all of these people and just say turn the clock back 10 years ago and all feel good about America again and have some liberals, have some conservatives battle it out. But we're all like, okay, America's good. Let's roll.
Pause it.
And then
10 years ago was 2012. This was when there was an adamant insistence that the President of the United States was born in Kenya, was not an American, was a secret Muslim.
Mitt Romney's car elevator was at the top.
When like things were normal. Honestly, like when did things stop being normal? It's when Trump was right. Donald Trump is to blame for making everything not normal. If anything, you want to go back to like when we had like a relatively like inoffensive sort of what Joe Biden did.
Top of the news cycle, he was saying that half the country is taking from society.
Republicans have retaken the House at least because reaction against Obamacare.
Right. Mitt Romney not only said that half the country were takers, not makers, he also said that he'd be president by now if, when his grandfather lived in Mexico, his last name was Ramirez instead of Romney, which of course I think was a slight misunderstanding of the trajectory of, that his life took because his father was named Romney. Also, Dave Rubin would have found that he was not allowed to have the right to marry his husband. Never mind have children together. But that's the place he wants to return to. Let's get back. Does he say more about like a post-woke world? Yeah.
We'd be looking in the rearview mirror, going, AO, see you later. We don't want anything to do with you people. So
wait, go back a little bit here, because and you don't have to cut to me. Just stay. For some reason, he goes into his Bill Cosby impersonation here. The pudding in the. And I'm not sure why he did that. To do the dance against the constituents and betray your body.
We'll have some conservatives battle it out, but we're all like, okay, America's good, let's roll. And then we'd be looking in the rearview mirror, going, AO, see you later. We don't want anything to do with you people. So we're going to talk about that wide tent conservatism, libertarianism, the sort of stuff that I've been kind of pushing around here. And we're also going to talk about the last-ditch effort by the Dems to hang on to power, because all of the polls, every bit of sort of cultural norm right now is sort of trending towards the conservatives, the Republicans winning.
Every sort of like cultural norm.
Using it in a broad sense. But there's a lot of good momentum right now. We are going to dive into it using videotape. And before we get to any of that, we talked about.
Wow.
Ad time, though.
That's just like
cultural norm. All right, so let's go to what he visions. How Governor Ron DeSantis is going to take this country into a new place where, remember, this is the guy who just sent cops to arrest people who were confused about their ability to vote, who had been informed by state workers that they could vote. They voted. 2 years later, DeSantis sends out cops to arrest them. One of them, the first of the 20 that were arrested, has already been now, the judge just threw the case out saying this is ridiculous. Understand why DeSantis...
Even the cops were apologizing, saying, oh, this is a ridiculous... Just enforcing the law over here. Yeah, it's just a way to like bully. And of course it's mostly like black people that they were harassing.
Did this. It wasn't to arrest those 20 people. It was send a message to black and brown people that you could get arrested.
I mean,
don't even try.
Again, using people's lives as propaganda objects, just like the migrants.
Just like the migrants. But here is Dave. Hopefully we can return to this new place where Ron DeSantis will shower us with his benevolence.
And Biden and all of this was just a distant memory. And we just had a sane, functioning president. Say a Ron DeSantis, and a government that was scaled back a little bit. And if you wanted to smoke weed, you could. And if you didn't want to, you didn't have to. And if you
weed was illegal in most of the U.S. Right? When was weed legalized? It was legalized in Colorado for. Was that in 2012? Yeah, that's.
Wanted to marry a dude, and you happened to be a dude, you could, and you weren't going to force other people to marry dudes. It can all work. It's what we had. It's what we had. It's what the promise of America is.
Wait, what is he looking
When
back?
was weed legal? He just said you could smoke weed if you wanted. You didn't have to smoke it if you didn't want. Are people compelling everyone to smoke weed? Because at this current juncture, it's still not legal on the federal level.
If you read the New York.
Yeah, now I feel like I have to smoke. Or like, hey, what are you not smoking? You're so lame. There's so much pressure to smoke.
Work lab about next year February. There's going to be a compulsory smoking element where you have to smoke in order to like
I'm in favor of that.
transportation, anything like that, and also you have to have gay sex.
It doesn't say you have to have sex. It says you have to marry a guy.
Oh, okay.
That's the only reason that he did it,
That was
by
an
the
early
way.
version of
The only reason, this is how Dave can have an out with his audience. The only reason that he's married to a man is because he was compelled to by law. I'm still one of you.
Tricked me.
Too much forced.
I
too
got
much
this
forced
flyer
gay
in the
marriage.
mail, and it said I had to marry my husband.
Too
and I
much
followed
forced
the law.
gay marriage. You wanted to marry a dude. You didn't have to marry a dude. There you go. There's Dave Rubin for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Now I
You're welcome.
have to fuck dudes now. Like, not be canceled. Yeah, they're like, well, are you not okay with gay sex? What are you, like a hoe? And fucking, I'll suck as many dicks as you don't count. Oh. No, please, I have a family, sir. I can't be canceled. I have to be on Twitter.
He doesn't have really a very coherent train of thought.
Doesn't matter though.
It really doesn't matter.
Just feels right.
Success.
Well, howdy there. Russia and cutting ties and toddlers. The foreign minister of Russia, little Sergei Lavrov, he was speaking to a group of people that were being inducted into their foreign service, their diplomatic corps, I don't know what it's called. And he kind of indicated that Russia was ready to just cut ties with the West entirely, just done with it. And that those new people, they shouldn't even expect to go there. Because the Russian diplomatic corps has turned into a bunch of toddlers who are ready to take their diplomats and go home. He said, there is neither point nor desire to maintain the previous presence in Western states. Went on to say, there's no work to do since Europe decided to shut off from us and sever economic cooperation. Okay, little Lavrov. I know it's been a rough week, buddy. I get it. So you're gonna take your diplomats and go home. You're gonna pull your diplomats from all the embassies and just leave the people with official covers there so we can spot all your spies easily. You're gonna take them as well and cut yourself off from all the intelligence you need in the middle of a war where you suffered the worst loss since 1943? I don't think so. That's not going to happen. You're going to throw a temper tantrum, you're going to stomp your feet, and then you're going to provide a note of protest, just like you did back in March. The purpose of this is to scare people. Their goal is to, we're going to sever ties. And it's supposed to make people in the West think that, well, they're just done, and then they might use that tactical thing that they've been talking about. That's the point. They're going to do a token withdrawal from a couple of places, and that's it. They're not actually going to withdraw their diplomats. It's not a thing. They threatened this in March. They threatened it with a couple of various countries over Ukraine. It's all bluster. It is a toddler. It is a child stomping their feet, trying to get their way, and saying, look what you made me do. The reality is, Russia is having a hard time finding its operation. The diplomatic process that Russia has tried to use is not going well. Basically, what they're trying to do is get a peace process going. so they can stall, so they can get more troops in, and nobody's minding. They're trying to extort and use the leverage they have. And when I say that part of it, that's just foreign policy. That's not saying they're doing something wrong. That's just how it works. And nobody's really falling for it. They're not doing well. My guess is that Putin is putting a lot of pressure on Lavrov, and he's lashing out and saying things. This shouldn't worry anybody. They're not going to sever ties with the West. That's not even a thing. Generally speaking, when tensions raise the way they have, there's actually more direct lines of communication than ambassadors and diplomats anyway. It's a bluff. It's bluster. It's a childlike statement from somebody who's losing the game and doesn't want to. Anyway, it's just a thought.
Right,
y'all have a good day.
That's it. Tragedy of Destiny.
Yes. This is a fertile land, and we will thrive. We will rule over all this land, and we will call it this land.
I think we should call it your grave.
This land.
I think we should call it your grave.
Grave.
Such your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Now die.
Oh, betrayal. No, not Destiny. That guy. The Destiny.
biology, and there's so many different biological factors that go into creating sex and gender and da-da-da-da-da. Again, really hard to understand. In a country where we don't teach critical thinking about social issues in our schools, a lot of people find it easier to just choose the conservative option. Conservative political ideas tend to be very simple and easy to communicate, whereas left-wing ideas tend to be much more complicated and harder to understand. And the result of this is that...
Anyway. So yeah, it's a product of our systems, it's a product of our education, it's a product of like our material realities being reflected in our social conditioning, being reflected in our culture. Okay? That's why it was always shocking to me when people said things like colleges are left-wing. They are super left-wing. And I was like, bro, have you been to college? Have you met an econ major? Have you seen finance majors? Are you joking? But no one ever considered that to be right-wing, because that is just no wing, okay? Capitalism, which is all you're learning as an econ major, until you get to like higher levels and they just kind of give you like alternatives as a theory, okay? Capitalism, while being still right-wing when you think about the morality behind the system, is taught as nothing. Like, that's just the way things are. That is just how things are supposed to be. All of that is breeding the next Democratic Party constituency that is always going to still be, while liberal, still be very, very right-wing when it comes to econ.
Liberal on so.
Econ is pretty left-wing nowadays. I have an econ degree. I don't. That's not true. That's like the furthest left you go on econ is Keynesian economics. Okay. Which still falls short, in my opinion, because it does not describe the underlying factors, the underlying reasons, the inherent contradictions within capitalism, everything that you experience. There's people saying money doesn't buy happiness, or just gatekeeping law doesn't get you happy, but sure fixes a lot. No, money is not everything.
Money is like, you have to have money. Like a baseline amount of money to be able to be happy.
When you're rich. But when you're poor, it's everything, okay? I know this from my own personal experiences, okay? At the end
one of that saying is like, oh, you don't have to be, like, getting rich does not make you happy. But like not being poor is an important part of like being fulfilled.
Every month, if you're nickeling and diming, trying to figure out how you're gonna make ends meet, money is everything. It's everything. It's the only thing that you're thinking about when you're like, can I buy a drink at the bar if I go out tonight? Something as tiny as that is weighing on your shoulders nonstop. Will I be able to pay for Uber if like Uber is upcharging at the time when I'm leaving the bars? Even that is going to be a part of your daily existence, okay? That weighs on you. That takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of time and effort to overcome. You're factoring all that into your life.
Yogurt.
I never have to think about that. I never have to think about that. One of the moments where I realized, like, shit, I've actually made it. Like, I've overcome that problem was when I didn't look at my Uber when I was going somewhere. I never looked. I just went click and you know, call the Uber. That's when I was like, you know, it is good.
Art.
Being poor is an incredibly expensive endeavor. Okay.
Logan.
Many of you over the last 24, 48 hours wrote to me about some very particular statements made by former 60 Minutes journalist Lara Logan that are, quite frankly, utterly deranged. Now, I don't know how many in the audience know the trajectory of Lara Logan, but Lara Logan was at one point sort of a respectable journalist, and she has increasingly gone down the conspiracy rabbit hole. Over the last year, we've talked about her anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, COVID, medical disinformation, just a sort of all of the above type thing. I don't know whether this is a character she's playing or whether she really is off the rails, but I am going to show you a couple of clips of what happens when you really are infected by proverbial brain worms. Lara Logan was interviewed by Newsmax 2 days ago, and she claims to have spoken to a man who infiltrated the global cabal at the UN. Even she seems confused by what she's claiming.
I get treated better than endless.
Very scary.
You mean like people in it? Of course. Not exactly luxurious.
I would get the kids out of the room for this.
But you know what? It's even bigger than that, because I spoke to a man who was actually holding the documents in his hand. He told me about it, right? He said he infiltrated the global cabal at the UN level, right? And one of the things that he was able to tell me about from his own personal experience, what he witnessed himself, was these documents that show that the plan, there is a plan, and this was several years ago, right? The plan was to infiltrate 100 million illegal immigrants, and at that point they were already at 40 million.
Now think of this footage that they're showing, like literally caught in a warehouse. Various set up, imagine.
Think about how insane this is. Infiltrate 100 million undocumented immigrants to the United States. A third of the U.S. population.
That's, yeah.
I mean, it does. No matter what state you live in, this doesn't even pass the sniff test. Just think about what that would mean in terms of our daily life.
Like a million instead of 1,000.
It's not even remotely plausible.
And these people would dilute what they call the pool of patriots. Those were their words, right?
Yeah. Now that's great replacement stuff. We've talked about that for a while. That's the idea of a concerted plan by Democrats to replace white people with non-white people in order to control this, that, and this is Tucker Carlson stuff, but just with slightly less eloquent language.
And they would not be taught that America is a great country and trained to sing the national anthem with pride.
They wouldn't be trained to sing the national anthem. Think about that language. We train people to sing the national anthem with pride. Sounds pretty authoritarian, fascistic.
So on and so on. They would be told all the negative things that we're told about the U.S. today that our own children are told. And what would be the effect of diluting the pool of patriots? Well, it would be to break down this sense of pride.
Diluting the pool of patriots. Yeah. No, I don't think that.
In being American and what it means to be American.
Really, really scary stuff. And to think that just, I don't know, what was it, a decade ago? She really was...
Again, diluting the pool of patriots. Sounds like the nice pause. Seems like this great replacement theory where the real Americans are being displaced by foreign barbarian country and violently. Yeah. That's even sort of like into someone is importing illegal immigrants into rules.
A pretty respectable journalist doing pretty respectable journalism. She also, it's not just anti-science, it's not just conspiracies, but it's also this pseudo-religious stuff where she's not necessarily saying that these are her Christian beliefs, but she's talking about Satan as if Satan is a sort of conscious actor with agency. Listen to this bonkers stuff.
It's right out of the playbook. It's right out of the socialist playbook. You divide and conquer, you don't tell them your intent. You get people to come in, you get your useful idiots, those of us who are paying for these people to have all these luxuries, and they lie about it. How's it end?
Well, badly. It ends badly for some. Okay, so on a serious note, people of all faiths have said to me that this is a spiritual battle. I am a firm and solid and immovable believer in God.
Now, understand that, what do you mean? You're saying the Muslims came to you and that this is a spiritual battle against immigrants who are mostly religious also? The Jews came to you, the Buddhists, everybody's coming to you saying, Lara, these are really battles of faith against the immigrants. What the hell are you talking about?
And I believe that God wins. I believe that good is greater than evil. And I believe that the fallen angel, otherwise known as Satan, doesn't get to prevail in this world.
Wow.
So if you follow the Bible, or if you follow the Quran, or if you follow the Book of Mormon, people talk in various different ways about the end times. And if you fight for God.
The end times, guys. The end times.
God will fight for you. But people, humanity...
Final thought, though. I have to ask you this because my audience is very God-fearing, God-loving, etc. Final thought. I only have a couple seconds. please. Is God okay with the quote?
It's much bigger than that. God believes that in sovereignty and national identity and the sanctity of family and all the things that we've lived with from the beginning
God also has chosen Ford over Chevy. He's really weighing in on every issue.
of time. And he knows that the open border is Satan's way of taking control of the world through all of these people who are his stooges and his servants. And they may think that they're going to become gods. That's what they tell us, Ivano and Harari and all the rest of them at the World Economic Forum. You know, the ones who want us eating insects, cockroaches, and that while they dine on the blood of children. Those are the people, right?
I love how Eric Balling is like, right. He goes, you know, the ones that want us eating the insects and the cockroaches and dining on the blood of children? Right. Right. Who's sicker? The person saying this stuff? The host taking it seriously? Or the audience members who believe it? I don't have the answer, but they're all pretty sick in my book. I want to tell you about something I use every day because it simplifies my life. I don't have hours to mathematically plan every meal or take multiple different supplements and vitamins to make sure I'm getting exactly what I want to get every single day. And the solution is our sponsor, Athletic Greens product AG1. I've been taking AG1 for over a year. It's just great. It's just one small scoop of AG1 in the morning. I get 75 vitamins, minerals, probiotic, all from whole food sources. It's what I want. It's no more. It's no less. It's no extraneous stuff making wild claims. I drink it straight with water because I like the taste. You can put it in a smoothie or juice or a shake. It's just simple. AG1 is a sustainable routine because it's just one scoop in the morning. Take 1 minute once a day. I know I'm covered in getting what I want. I can really be sure that I am.
All right, guys, we're back yet again. Another breaking news video. So there's two things we're going to talk about.
I heard that Trump was subpoenaed to testify, but it's possible that or just or all the others actually do it when Collins got some money.
First is President Trump has now been subpoenaed by the January 6th committee to testify. So, whoa, that sounds like a big deal. I would love that so much. It would be hilarious.
Remember, wasn't there some reporting that he was considering doing it if, like, they would run it live?
Run it live, yeah. Tremendous content. Oh, unbelievable.
The reality of what's likely to
before we get to that, I just want to let everybody know also, the other thing is, now the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals has temporarily blocked Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. We'll talk about that a little bit in a second, but go back to the Trump.
Yeah, so probably what's going to happen here is
isn't
file an appeal. Democrats are very likely to lose at least the House, possibly the Senate, and then this subpoena lasted like the end of this congressional term, so if Republicans take power, and this is like caught up in the courts, then he's probably hoping to just win the court.
I hope
very likely to happen.
I hope his ego gets the better of him now, and everybody's giving him advice. Don't do it. He's like, no, that
It goes to a heart of gold.
I know. Yeah, I really want to see
the spectacle. He loves the spectacle. He loves being his own attention. He's all press is good press, whatever. So you just
Okay, so there's that. Now, we had just did a video a little bit earlier today. Where we talked about how this was like the fifth, sixth different attempt that the Biden administration won. Like you had all these attempts to block student loan debt relief, and it was win after win after win after win. Now, it's been temporarily blocked by the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. It's a federal court in Missouri, and this lawsuit in particular was filed by Republican states. So they're just repping the fact, like, we're the bad guys right here. Right here, guys. We're trying to block the relief for you people who desperately need it. 90% of the people who are getting relief make $75,000 a year or less. It's them, but more specifically, they're actually representing the people who give out the student loans.
The student loan processors, right?
Correct. Right, yeah. And so they're saying, well, we're going to be financially hurt by this, so, we have to block this.
So from the beginning, this was always the path to establishing standing that I thought was the most likely. I mean, is it grotesque that they're like, you're hurting my business of exploiting people? Yes. But they're the ones who can actually say, like, our business has been harmed, therefore we have standing, in order to just, like, get the thing going in the courts. Remember, Biden made that weird change that we covered to the program. He actually took student loan relief away from a few million people because it was like, this program.
The private loans, yeah, that the government didn't hold, yeah.
Right, exactly. But it was like through a government program, but they were held by private banks. And part of the reason that they made that change to the program was to try to avoid exactly this outcome. So this is not final. This just means the court issued an injunction basically saying, like,
you can't relieve it until after we have our final decision.
You can't issue any student debt relief until we have considered this and decided what we're going to do.
Right.
And I just saw today, 22 million people have already applied.
Yeah.
22 million people have already applied.
Now, let me tell you what, I don't buy that. Yeah.
22 million people have already applied.
Now, Let me tell you why I don't buy that argument. I agree with you that this, maybe it was one of the cases that was most likely to succeed eventually, but ultimately I think the argument's bogus because they're going to get money. They're just going to get it from the federal government as opposed to getting it from the individuals. So how can they say I'm getting hurt?
Well, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the student loan debt processing industry, but since the debt is being essentially like forgiven and paid off, that means they're not going to That's my understanding. So, I mean, I think they can show like their business is likely to have less revenue. It's another question whether, so there's two questions, right? Do they have standing? And these are the groups that I thought had the most reasonable case to say like we are being hurt. The other question is, are they going to actually find on the merits that the program is unconstitutional? So that's a different question. And on that, I don't know. And again, I don't have a lot of faith in our court system to be anything logical. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm.
One of the concerns from people like Sagar and Marshall was that basically what the Biden administration is doing is they're just sort of throwing money at what's already a corrupt system. So by that logic, it would stand to reason that these people are going to get paid. They're just going to get paid by the federal government as opposed to the individuals, as opposed to the actual students who took out the loans. So I don't know how much they can say they're getting harmed.
Well, it's the interest of the fees.
I know,
so
but
the principle, yeah, it doesn't really change. But since that debt is not going to continue to accrue interest and whatever fees they charge and whatever, then I can see how they can increase the government.
But even if I grant that, all of 80 to 90% of the debt was held by the government in the first place. They can do whatever the fuck they want with it.
I agree.
It's these little it's these mafia sharks in the middle who are like, oh, you're not giving me my evil.
Again, it's
gun.
grotesque that they're like, you're hurting me in my business of exploiting people. But so again, there are two questions. Do they have standing? Can they show our revenue, our business is being hurt by this action? Potentially. Can they on the merit show that the program is illegal and unconstitutional and in violation of the law? Different question. Obviously, I don't think that it is. But the courts, they're so ideological that they just decide that they don't like it.
All right, one more point. I want to see if you agree with this or not. I would protest these courts. I think people should be out in front of the Missouri Circuit Court of Appeals.
Agreed. You guys, they're standing in the way of 22 million people who apply now.
Right.
To get student loan federal.
Yeah, I know. And people need to know the Republican states are filing this lawsuit. They are the ones leading the charge.
Well, and let me make one more political point, which is
they're the ones.
I mean, this is the most concrete, transformative material program that the Democrats have instituted.
Oh my God. Oh. Thought my mic wasn't.
They're not talking about it. They're not running on it.
Yeah,
they're not saying this shit about
like
the Republicans are trying to take it away from you. It's just like they did it, and then it just was memorized.
It's literally the biggest political win of all time.
Too quietly.
The Republican states are blocking this. It's the Republican states. They're they're doing it.
You would have your relief tomorrow, but they're trying to stand in the way.
Right.
They're all opposed to it.
So you're gonna let that? You're gonna sit there and take that? What are you gonna do? You gonna fight back?
Any ads on it, not commenting on it at all. Like none of the messaging, and then they're like, "Gee, I wonder why the Republicans are doing that."
Because they start to buy into the right-wing framing.
That's absolutely
right. They start to think like, oh, this is not a good idea. This is not popular. Bitch, look at the polls. You shot up massively when you did this.
With young people.
Yeah.
A group that would be hard to turn out, and that you need to show up for you, and they're just like, yeah, let's just not talk about this.
Ever seen Apples in the Cosgrove?
So anyway, there you go. Prediction on whether or not this will be middle list. You get totally short.
Thought of that.
You got a prediction on that?
To think of it, I haven't seen them either.
You could, make a rational argument based on precedent and police law, whatever, but you can't.
Right.
I don't know what potentially right-wing ideological judge is going to go to, and ultimately probably end up at the Supreme Court and friggin' hanging the hands of Amy Coney Barrett.
There would be less incels if people were less transphobic because there are a lot of straight trans women out there eager to ride some dick, and you were all just yeah. Unironically though, like a lot of these incels would just fuck a trans girls would probably not. A lot of guys are like trouble finding it's just fuck trans girls. I heard are not bitch. Argue the incels are not gay, and that's what streak with trans. Incels rebutted that argument. Not having sex is gay. I mean, literally, yeah. Incels are literally gay because they don't. Hard to argue with that one. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'll play Starcraft tomorrow.